Chapter 1426 Pathfinder. Before the terror could swallow them all, Nephi's appeared in its way. Her pike was already pressed against the uneven floor of the cavern, supported by her foot, the sharp tip pointed at the approaching monstrosity. Her eyes were calm and full of resolve. A moment later, Saint was by her side. Sunny, Cassie, and Fiend were not far behind. Will it work? Before Sunny could even finish the thought, the terror plunged into the row of pikes. There was a deafening sound, and he felt a terrible force wrenching his arms. If not for bone weave, his bones would have probably snapped and shattered into 1,000 fragments. Sunny had already increased his weight as much as he could, turning into an immovable monolith. Still, he was thrown back. Cassie had been flung back. As well, the blind girl twisted in the air and nimbly landed on her feet. One of the pikes actually broke despite the supreme material it had been made of, forcing Fiend to stagger back with a dumbfounded expression. However, Nephi's and Saint somehow withstood the terrible impact. More importantly, the charge of the terror had been stopped, at least temporarily. The creature had only partially emerged from behind the broke wall, most of its revolting body still hidden from view. Neph's pike had become stuck between two of its mandibles, while the one held by Saint was pushed against the black, glossy membrane of its eye, and yet there was still not even a crack on the impregnable chitin. Damn it! Even weapons crafted from supreme material were not able to break through the terror's armor, it seemed. However, most of them had not shattered from the impact, and the cohort was momentarily a safe distance away from the trembling mandibles. The pikes were doing their job. Rushing forward, Sunny put his whole weight into his own, joining Nephi's and Saint. At the same time, he called upon the shadows. Tenebrous chains rose from the floor of the cavern and fell from its ceiling, wrapping around the terror to immobilize it. The terror snapped its mandibles, trying to break the pikes. Its massive body moved, making the black chains groan. Jet! Right at that moment, a black steed leaped over their heads. Landing on the back of the giant creature, it rushed forward. Its rider had already slid out of the saddle, the long pike held in her hands disappearing into the depths of the terror's body. The abomination shuddered and let out a terrifying, ear-piercing shriek. The chains holding it down snapped, and the giant insect-like horror tried to throw Jet off its back. But at that time, Neph's eyes suddenly shone, and the soft radiance of her skin was extinguished. At the same time, her pike suddenly ignited with incandescent light. Noticing it, Sunny sent the shadow that had been augmenting her body onto the pike as well. The crude weapon finally managed to break through the enemy's armor, cracking it slightly. The damage done to the terror was not too serious, but it momentarily pinned it in place. That moment gave Jet enough time to catch the pike that Cassie had tossed into the air before Nightmare even landed on the creature's back. Soul Reaper did not waste any time, dashing forward and delivering another vicious strike. The creature shuddered once again. Visibly weakened and tormented by harrowing pain, it continued trying to resist, but it was already pointless. Staring at the terror, Sunny remembered his first meeting with undying slaughter and smiled spitefully. He knew better than anyone what the bastard was feeling right now. Kill it. Before too long, the battle was over. They actually managed to slay a corrupted terror without losing a single member of the cohort. The dreadful creature was dead. What the hell? It's so much easier when I'm not alone. Sunny winced and shook his head, perplexed by his own thoughts. What am I thinking? Of course it is, you fool. He was sitting on the floor, catching his breath. Nephi's was massaging her forearms with a small grimace. Cassie had retrieved the guiding light from the sling on her back and was now leaning on it heavily. Jet had just jumped down from the dead terror's massive carcass. There was an amused smile on her face. What would you know, I received a memory. Sunny smiled weakly. Congratulations. He had earned a few memories himself inside the loop, as well as a fair number of fragments. Sadly, none of them remained. At the start of each revolution, the fragments were erased, and the memories disappeared as if they had never existed. The world was returned to its previous state, with no exceptions. Apart from the sin of Solace and the wear and tear accumulating on both his mind and his soul, Jet stared at the giant corpse doubtfully and then asked, "Should we dig out the soul shards?" Sonny shook his head. "No point. The carcass was too large. Retrieving the shards would take too long, and their benefits would be gone at the start of the next revolution anyway." He let out a sigh and stood up. "We should continue moving. There should be no more abominations until we leave the caves. At least on the route I chose. Once we reach the chasm, though, it's going to be a little rough. There are these millipedes, you see." Nephi's, Cassie, and Jet listened to his description, their faces slowly turning a little green. Nevertheless, they followed him without voicing any objections. Getting out of the chasm had indeed turned out a little rough. Cassie had to sacrifice one of her echoes to buy them enough time, and even then, everyone ended up thoroughly wounded. The smell of blood attracted a few nightmare creatures in the forest as well. Luckily, Sonny knew which paths to take, so the combined strength of the cohort was enough to fend them off. But they wasted too much time. It was already too late to try and return to the chain breaker by the time they reached the northern edges of the island. Walking through the mist, Sonny suddenly raised a hand, signaling the others to stop. Then he shouted, "Effie, it's me, Sonny, don't throw your spee." In the next moment he cursed and hurriedly dodged to the side. A gray spear flashed past him and hit Saint's shield with a loud crack. The graceful knight was pushed back several steps. "Got him it, every time, every damn time." Sonny raised himself from the ground and looked into the mist with a resentful expression. There Effie stood, supporting her belly and looking at him with wide eyes. "Doofus." She turned her head slightly, finally noticing the rest of her cohort. Bright joy flashed in her eyes. Jet secretly let out a sigh of profound relief. "Damned glutton, I knew you'd be all right." Cassie lingered for a moment, then tilted her head slightly. Nephi's, however, was frozen in place. Her eyes were strangely wide. "Effie, why are you? The huntress looked at her in confusion, then glanced at her belly and grinned. "Oh, I guess you wouldn't know. You see, princess, when a man and a woman love each other very much." As she continued talking with a sincere expression, Neff's bewildered face slowly turned pink. Looking at her, Sonny felt delightfully vindicated. Chapter 1427, Unexplored Opportunities. There was no point in trying to get back to the chain breaker. The cohort had spent too much time traveling to the far side of the island, and there was not enough of it left, which was not to say that this revolution was useless. Sonny had learned how to craft weapons from the hollow butterfly. Next time he would be able to do it faster. He had also learned how to kill the cavern terror. Next time he would be able to kill better. The same went for the several abominations they had fought in the misty forest, especially due to the fact that Cassie had told him more about the nature and powers of those creatures. Some of the things he had already deduced, but others were a complete revelation. Every revolution brought Sonny closer to the goal. At least he hoped so. Currently, the members of the cohort were resting not far from the spot where they had found Effie. The huntress was greedily devouring the provisions from the covetous coffer, while Jet was trying to explain the nature of the time loop to her. Nephi still seemed a little dazed after learning of Effie's condition, and Cassie had silently merged into the background like she always did. It was easy to forget that she was even here. Sonny, meanwhile, sat a little distance away, staring into the mist. Actually, it's a bit awkward. His thoughts were somber. Despite how much he tried to not let the nature of time on Windflower affect his mindset, he was still growing more and more reliant on the time loop. For him, this revolution was as good as done. They were not going to make it back in time, so there was no point in trying. Mentally, Sonny was already considering what to do next time. However, the situation was entirely different for his companions. For them, there was no next time. Even if they knew that time would repeat itself, it was not the kind of thing one could really make peace with. So they must be feeling both strange and desperate about this sudden inaction. There's time to do something, I guess. Sonny closed his eyes tiredly. The overgrown shrine was not too far from here. So was the Blood Lake. It was not impossible to reach the obelisk ring, either. He had not thoroughly explored any of these places yet, and they could make an attempt. Of course, the reason for why Sonny had not been able to study these areas was because they were too deadly. He would make some progress if he took the cohort there, but only at the cost of their lives. Sonny had started this revolution with a promise to stay alive, so he was in no mood for dying or watching his companions die. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Well, there's a couple safer things I've yet to try. Since Sonny was currently in the information-gathering phase of his vague plan to escape Windflower, there were plenty of options he had yet to explore. He summoned a memory. Soon, an ominous mirror encased in dark silver appeared in his hand, its surface like a pool of mercury. The Mirror of Truth. He had received this ascended memory of the 7th tier after accidentally slaying the fallen Titan, defiled seeker of truth. The abomination had practically fallen on his head during the joint battle in East Antarctica, and was killed by him out of pure luck. Its single enchantment allowed Sonny to gain one power of a being caught in the reflection of the Mirror of Truth for a period of time. The memory would be destroyed after that. It was not hard to realize that this one-use artifact was uniquely suited for Windflower. After all, it could be used repeatedly here, once during each revolution. It was strangely fitting, considering that the island had once belonged to one of the Seekers. Sonny had yet to use it, though. Except for undying slaughter and the devouring beast, he did not know enough about the prisoners of Windflower to do so. And catching a reflection of those two without being killed by them was no easy task. So currently, the reflection caught by the Mirror of Truth was that of Nephi. She had picked up the memory once, back on the Black Island, and her visage still remained caught on the mercurial surface. Blindly trying to reflect abominable powers has been a problem before, but if I indeed involve Cassie, it can become feasible. This was a whole layer of opportunities he had to think about and explore. The enchantment of the Mirror of Truth was not limited to nightmare creatures, either. Sonny could temporarily gain the aspect abilities of the cohort members, as well Neff's flames, Cassie's premonition, Jet's ability to destroy souls, Effie's Herculean strength. His tired mind went into a stupor from the sheer amount of intertwined possibilities. After a while, Sonny dismissed the Mirror of Truth and took a deep breath. There was another tool at his disposal that he had not used yet. The fragment of Shadow God's domain that he had received as a reward for mastering the 4th step of Shadow Dance. He had not experimented with it before due to the fear of wasting this powerful legacy relic. But now that Sonny was inside of the loop, was there a better place to learn what the domain fragment could actually do? He had been considering unleashing it for a while now. What stopped Sonny before was the desire to learn more about Windflower first. But he had already explored most of it, at least tentatively. Was there a reason to wait? Only one. He was exhausted. Sonny stared bleakly into the mist. The Mirror of Truth and the fragment of Shadow's domain, I'll try them next. But first, he really needed a break. Assessing these two tools would go much better with a fresh mind. Glancing at the members of the cohort, Sonny hesitated for a few moments and then asked, "Do you guys want me to do anything specific once the next revolution starts?" When was the last time he had a real day off, free to do anything he wanted, or do nothing at all? Even in the periods of relative calm, Sonny had always been burdened by the need to accomplish so many things. This time he wasn't going to bother. He was just going to rest. A hint of excitement suddenly bloomed in his ragged heart. Chapter 1428, searching reflection, Sonny waited for a moment. Then waited some more. He was back on the deck of the chain breaker, surrounded by flowing mist. A slight tremor ran through his body. "I'm tired." He straightened slowly and stared into the fog. It was time for him to take a break, but Sonny wasn't even sure what he was supposed to do. His companions were just as useless as far as resting was concerned. None of them had given him a single good idea. Well, except for Jet. She had looked at him for a few moments, chuckled, and told him to take a good nap, which was not a bad piece of advice. As a government officer who had always looked overworked and suffering from sleep deprivation, she would know best. That said, even though this revolution was supposed to be his day off, Sonny still had to rescue Jet. Relaxing while she was being killed by undying slaughter did not sound restful at all. He couldn't bring himself to even think about skipping this step. Glancing at Nephi's and Cassie, Sonny walked over to Nightmare and climbed into the saddle. Neph looked at him questioningly. "Sonny, what are you doing?" He couldn't be bothered to explain things properly. "Leaving. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Until then, just stay here." Leaving the two bewildered young women behind, Nightmare leaped into the mist. As the familiar scenes flew past him, Sonny summoned the mirror of truth and studied the reflection of Neph's on its mercurial surface. After hesitating for a few moments, he activated the searching reflection enchantment. At the same time, he imagined a pure white flame and thought, "Soul flame." A small crack appeared on the silver mirror. Suddenly, Sonny felt very strange. It was as if his soul, which had always been still and silent, was in motion, rolling, billowing, burning. It was not painful, just unfamiliar. Soul flame, ability description. Your soul burns with the purest of flames. That flame can both restore and destroy, and is both a blessing and a curse. How peculiar. Sonny had gained Neph's dormant ability. It was then that he realized an important detail: possessing something and being in control of it were two different things. He should have expected that much, though. After all, it took him some time to learn how to use his own aspect. For the rest of the way, Sonny kept trying to manifest soul flame. As he did, more tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the mirror of truth. Judging by the rate at which the memory deteriorated, he could borrow a dormant ability for about half a day. He suspected that an awakened one would destroy the memory in a few hours, while an ascended one would not last for more than one. A transcendent ability might shatter the mirror of truth in mere minutes, while anything greater, perhaps just a few moments, would be enough. Still, it was sort of exhilarating. Eventually, a small black flame appeared on his palm. Sonny stared at it incredulously. "It's black." He had expected to see the pure white flame, just like what Nephi's could summon, but it made sense. Soul flame was just that, flame produced from one's soul. Neph's soul was pure and incandescent, while his was lightless and dark. Sonny also felt that his black flame was much, much weaker than hers. It was reasonable, too, although the flame of divinity and the potency of his ascended soul fueled it. He lacked Neph's lineage attribute, the fire. That attribute granted her unmatched affinity to flame and, among other things, empowered her soul. Also, Sonny lacked the innate resistance to fire it granted her. Ouch! He hurriedly dismissed the black flame when the skin on his palm started to blister. It hurt like hell. Sonny was no stranger to pain, but burning. Burning was up there with the absolute worst kinds of it. It was hard to imagine something more terrible. A deep frown contorted his face. As Nightmare dashed deeper into the misty forest, Sonny continued concentrating on his newfound ability. Eventually, he managed to summon Soul Flame again, this time channeling it into his body instead of manifesting it outside of himself. This time, it did not hurt. His skin was suddenly suffused with a strange, dark radiance. Concentrating it on his hands, he watched as the blisters on his palms slowly disappeared. Sonny had just healed himself. Wow, how nice would it be to be able to mend his own wounds? He shook his head. Where did Neff get the audacity to call me a cockroach even? If anything, she was the ultimate roach. He spent a bit more time experimenting with Soul Flame and eventually managed to get it to empower his body. Augmented both by both the dark flames and the shadows, Sonny felt dire strength coursing through his veins. It was not quite as daunting as when Nephi's shared her flame with him, but almost comparable. One curious detail of this augmentation was that it did not divide itself into 5 distinct parts, akin to his 5 shadows. Instead, it was a single mass of flame which could be divided however he wished. Sonny imagined being augmented by his 5 shadows, all of the authentic soul flame, all of the mirrored Su flame, Effie's ascended ability, and the crown of dawn on top of that. Wouldn't that turn him into an absolute monster? Yes, it would. Sadly, Windflower was a place where even a monster like that was close to the bottom of the food chain. It's an option worth remembering, though. At this point, Sonny could already smell Jet's blood in the air. Galloping past the familiar trees, he noticed her hunched figure and reached down. "Grab my hand." Jet looked up, her face pale and pained. It took her a moment to recognize his voice and another one to shake off her shock. Not even understanding the situation completely, she reached forward. Sonny pulled her up. This time, however, he put Jet in front of him instead of behind him. They ended up in quite an awkward pose, his hand pressed against her back and soaked in her blood. She grimaced. "Sonny, you really know how to," he interrupted her. "Make a girl squeal. Yeah, I know, now stay still." His bloodied hand was suddenly suffused with the dark radiance once again, and washed in that radiance, Jet's wounds slowly began to heal. It was nowhere near as fast and efficient as when Nephi's healed people, but it still worked. And since Neph was currently devoid of essence, that was more than enough. A dark smile appeared on his face. "That should save me a lot of time in the future." No matter how many times the future repeated itself. Chapter 1429, Bedtime Soon. Nightmare landed on the deck of the chain breaker. Sonny had been a bit distracted, so he was surprised to see that Nephi's was pointing her sword at him. After a short moment, she let out a sigh and sheathed it again. "Right. They didn't see us approaching because of the mist, and then something fast jumped out of it and landed on the ship." After the lackluster explanation Sonny had given them, both Cassie and Nephi's must have been tense and uneasy for the past half an hour. "You're back." Nephi started to talk, but then grew silent. She had finally noticed the bloodied figure sitting in front of Sonny. Jet used that moment to gingerly jump down and stretch. "Horse riding is just not for me. I miss my PTV." Cassie seemed taken aback. "Soul Reaper Jet." Jet nodded and smiled. "One and only." Then her expression darkened. "Well, I suppose not anymore." For a few moments everyone was silent. Nephi's and Cassie were looking between Sonny and Jet, startled. He had already dismounted and was rubbing his face, a little spaced out. "Sonny, you have already found Jet." He stared at Nephi's for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. I also found Effie. She's on the other side of the island, but we can't go there yet. Oh, Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast are also here, as well as a number of great nightmare creatures. Basically, everywhere you go on this island, only death awaits." All of it was news for Cassie and Neph, and most of it was news to Jet. He paused for a moment, ignoring their somber expressions, and nodded. "All right, I'm going to sleep. Don't leave the ship." Sonny headed for the hatch to the interior of the ship, but was stopped by Nephi's. "Wait, if you don't mind. How do you know all this? What happened?" The corner of his eye twitched. "Windflower exists inside a closed loop of repeating time, and I have already lived through this day a few dozen times. I can remember the previous revolutions because of my cursed sword. The last time around, you told me to rest, so that's what I'm doing. I'm going to take a nap. Now, if you'll excuse me." He walked between the 3 frozen women and disappeared into the hatch. Finding his way to his sleeping quarters, Sonny dismissed his mantle and toppled onto his bed. His pillow had never felt so soft. I'll take a small nap, just a few hours, and then explain everything properly. Closing his eyes, he instantly fell into the comforting embrace of sleep. The next thing Sonny knew, he was crouching on the deck of the chain breaker, just as tired as he had been before. He waited for a moment, then straightened and looked around in confusion. What is this? Sonny was back to the start of the loop. His expression soured. What the hell? Did I sleep through the whole day? Or had something killed him in his sleep? Turning around, Sonny frowned and looked at Nephi's. She met his gaze and said, "I'm fine. I can still put up a fight." He stared at her for a moment, then cursed and jumped into the saddle. Before Nephi's or Cassie could say anything, the dark destrier had already disappeared into the mist. I just want to sleep in peace. How hard can it be? Sonny used the mirror of truth again, found Jet, and healed her. Returning to the chain breaker, he dismounted first and looked at his tense and startled companions in exasperation. Before they could say anything, he raised a hand and stopped them. "Yes, I found Jet. Time loops on this island, so I have already lived through these events a bunch of times. Leaving the ship is too dangerous, so please don't. I am going to sleep. I might seem crazy and rude, but it was actually you who insisted that I take a break. I'll be off then." With that, he nodded and used Shadow Step to disappear from the deck. 3 confused women were left in his wake. Falling on his bed, Sonny closed his eyes and sighed. Sleep. Then he was standing on the deck of the chain breaker again. Sonny straightened, took a deep breath, and bellowed, "Damnation!" It took Sonny 5 more revolutions to finally feel refreshed. Each time, he rescued Jet and went directly to bed, only to find himself standing back on the misty deck not long after. At least it felt short. In truth, Sonny must have slept until the termination point of the loop each time. On the 8th revolution, finally, he came to his senses, feeling, if not well, then at least not bone-tired. His mind was clear, and his thoughts flowed freely without being burdened by the weight of accumulated stress. I must have been more exhausted than I thought. His recovery speed was already supposed to be incredible thanks to the Shroud of Dusk. Considering that it took him a whole week of doing pretty much nothing but sleeping to recover, Sonny promised himself not to underestimate the strain of reliving the horrors of Wind Flower over and over again anymore. Luckily, he had paused before his sanity collapsed. That said, his mental state was still delicate. Giving himself enough time to sleep was one thing. But he also had to go through some kind of positive experiences to counter the destructive effect of dying repeatedly in all kinds of macabre ways. What is supposed to come after getting a good night's sleep? Staring into the mist, Sonny pondered for a while and then smiled. Actually, isn't it obvious? It was breakfast. Nodding to himself, he walked past Nephi's and Cassie and climbed into the saddle. Both of them looked at him in surprise. "Sonny, what are you doing?" He looked down at his companions and lingered for a few moments. Then he said, "I have an idea of where Jet is. I'll go fetch her really quick. Meanwhile, though, I have a strange request." Turning to Nephi's, he put on his most pleasant smile. "Neph, it might sound weird, but can you cook up something tasty while I'm gone? Go all out, use any ingredient you need. It's rather important that you don't hold back." She simply stared at him, a hint of confusion hiding in her striking gray eyes. "I guess I can," Sonny grinned. "Great. Oh, don't forget to make coffee." "Wait, we don't have coffee." "Tea then, the best tea we have." With that, he commanded Nightmare to leap into the mist. It was time for him to be pampered a little. Chapter 1430, The Last Meal. Sometime later, Sonny was sitting on his opulent memory chair in front of a veritable feast of all kinds of delicious food. Better yet, it was all prepared by Nephi's. He was drooling from just looking at it. They were currently at the mess deck of the chain breaker. Sonny was sick and tired of the mist, so being away from it was already doing wonders for his mood. Because of the dimness of the outside world, the mess deck was illuminated by the warm light of luminous memories. The fragrance of his luxurious breakfast permeated the air. Nephi's was staring at him with a serious expression. her confusion hidden so well that no one except for him would have detected it. "You said that it was important, so." "I did my best." Sonny marveled at how endearing her seriousness was, then nodded and immediately picked up his chopsticks. Where to start? For a moment he was lost for choice, but only for a moment. Soon he was happily stuffing his face with several dishes at the same time. His table manners would make Fiend look like a gentleman in comparison. Nephi's Cassie and Jet stared at him incredulously. After a while, Jet let out a long sigh and asked, "Sonny, sorry to interrupt your meal, but aren't you going to explain what is going on?" He stopped chewing for a moment and glanced at her briefly. "I might." Then he asked sweetly, "Oh, can anyone pour me a cup of tea?" The teapot was right there in front of him, but what was the point of being pampered if he had to do everything himself? Nephi's blinked, confused. "Can't you do it yourself?" Sonny smiled. Considering that his cheeks had ballooned because of all the food in his mouth, his smile looked nothing short of ridiculous. "I can." There were a few moments of awkward silence. Then Nephi sighed and poured tea in a beautiful porcelain cup. "Here you go." Sonny nodded in gratitude and chased down the food with a sip of the bitter tea. Ah, shame there's no coffee anywhere in this tomb. He was enjoying his break quite a bit. The other three, however, seemed a little concerned. After a while, Nephi's cleared her throat and asked evenly, "So, are you going to tell us what is going on or not?" Sonny swallowed, took another sip of tea, and gave her a contemplative look. "Well, you see, how do I put it? I just wanted you to make me breakfast." Neff's usually motionless face seemed to twitch a little, but he was not done talking. His voice turned grave. "Because I don't have a lot of time left. I only have a day to live." She was suddenly pale. Jet's eyes widened. Cassie flinched. All three of them knew that Sonny could not lie, which meant that he was really going to die. "What?" Sonny nodded solemnly. "Yes. Sadly, it's true. I am going to die soon. It's inevitable and none of you can stop it, so I just wanted to spend a pleasant day with you guys, gals. Anyway, this breakfast is a good start." There was dead silence in the mess deck. Jet was frozen still. Cassie seemed petrified. Nephi's, however, slowly leaned over, raised a hand, and poked his face with a finger. Her voice trembled a little. He's not wearing the mask." Something fell to the floor with a loud noise. Sonny rubbed his cheek, blushed a little, and looked at Neff with reproach. "Right. Now that we're past that, let's get back to food. It's getting cold." Saying that, he nonchalantly continued to stuff his face. A satisfied sigh escaped from his lips. After a few moments he looked up and saw three beautiful women staring at him in stunned silence. Their faces were pale. Sonny sighed and raised an eyebrow. "What?" Cassie did not move. Furious white sparks ignited in the depths of Neff's eyes. But it was Jet who broke the silence first. "What do you mean, what? Do you expect to drop that bomb on us and continue eating as if nothing happened? What do you mean you are going to die? Why? Who is going to kill you? How do we prevent it?" It was probably the first time Sonny saw the infamous Soul Reaper Jet lose her composure. Well, disregarding the days she was crawling around their raft trying to eat him, but she had been much calmer even then. Nephi's opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Eventually, she simply pointed to Jet. Cassie nodded. "What Master?" Jet said. Sonny blinked a few times and put a confused expression on his face. "I mean, yes, do you expect me to let all this food go to waste? And I mean dying by going to die. A terrible nightmare creature is going to kill me. As for preventing it, there's no point, really. It is what it is." He reached for his tea and shook his head. "I don't get it. Why are you guys making a scene?" He basked in their comical expressions for a few moments and then exploded with laughter. Oh, sorry, damn. I think I am starting to understand Effie better. This is really fun." Gulping down the tea, Sonny smiled and looked at his companions with mirth in his eyes. By now they were thoroughly dumbfounded. He sighed. "Listen, I did not tell you before, but this whirlpool is actually a whirlpool of time. Time moves in a circle on this island, meaning this day repeats itself over and over." They stared at him silently. What I mean to say is that all of us have been reliving the same day ever since arriving at Windflower. I'm just the only one who remembers the previous ones. I've died a few dozen times already trying to get us out, and I'll definitely die many more times before we finally escape this hellhole." His teeth gleamed in a cavalier grin. "What did you think that dying would actually kill me?" Since his companions seemed to be having trouble with comprehending the nature of the time loop, Sonny explained it again, this time in detail. He wasn't hurried and did not forget to thoroughly enjoy Neff's breakfast in the process. Luckily, Sonny already had rich experience of having this conversation, so he did it again with ease. His mood was quite good. When he was done, Nephi's, Cassie, and Jet glanced at each other. After a few moments of silence, Nephi's asked, "So although you are indeed going to die soon, you'll come back to life at the start of the next revolution? Every time?" Sonny nodded. "Exactly." She looked down and took a deep breath. When she spoke again, her voice sounded strange. "So what you mean to say is that we can kill you right now and you'll be fine tomorrow?" Sonny scratched his head. "I guess so, although it's a weird way to put it." Nephi's nodded as if coming to a decision. Then she looked at Cassie and Jet. "So we're in agreement, he has to be killed, right?" Cassie and Jet nodded seriously. "Yes, of course." "Let's not make it quick," Sonny blinked, this time out of sincere surprise. What do you mean, kill me?" Jet smiled leisurely as she slowly rose to her feet. "Why are you making a scene? We'll just kill you a little for education purposes." Suddenly, a cold chill crept up his spine. Cassie and Nephi's were standing up as well. Wait a minute. This has somehow gone terribly wrong. It was just a little joke. Today is supposed to be my day off, okay? Don't do anything rash." A small smile appeared on Neff's face with dangerous sparks dancing in her eyes. "You don't have to worry, we won't rush." His 5 shadows observed the scene with a mix of disdain and pity. A few of them shook their heads dejectedly. "Why are they so angry?" After a moment, the shadows winced. Loud sounds of something heavy crashing into the floor resounded from the mess deck of the chain breaker for a while after that. Chapter 14:31 Tea and dessert in the end. Sonny was not killed. However, he did receive a few bruises, considering that his skin was not easy to bruise due to the marble shell. It went to show just how much his little stunt had angered the 3 women. Luckily, they calmed down pretty fast. Even luckier, Sonny had wisely finished his breakfast before drawing their ire. In the aftermath of his punishment, the mess deck was in complete disarray, and there was nothing edible left on the overturned table. The wrath of 3 infuriated masters was a frightening thing. I don't get it. It was just a little joke." Rubbing his sides resentfully, Sonny stared at Nephi's, Cassie, and Jet. Of course, he was smart enough to keep these thoughts to himself. Otherwise, a few bruises would be the least of his problems. His companions, in turn, were staring at the surrounding mess. "We should probably tidy up." Cassie's voice sounded uncertain. Jet gave her a glance and shrugged. "Won't it tidy itself up at the end of the day? Everything will go back to how it was." The blind girl hesitated. "Still, let's clean what we can now." Sonny was not really keen on cleaning on his day off, but he could always make Fiend do it for him. Before he did, however, Cassie suddenly said that he and Nephi should leave it to her and Jet. Neff was still suffering from the symptoms of essence exhaustion, while Sonny was supposed to be resting. So the blind girl told them to go enjoy the dessert on the upper deck. Nephi seemed unconvinced, but Sonny was shaken. He remained silent for a while, then asked solemnly, "There's dessert." After that, the 2 of them were sent out of the devastated mess deck. Soon, Sonny found himself sitting in the shade of the sacred tree, having an improvised picnic with Neff. There was indeed dessert on a cloth in front of him, as well as another pot of freshly brewed tea. Drinking hot tea while surrounded by the chilly mist was a special kind of pleasure. They spent some time in comfortable silence. Sonny was tired of having the same conversations over and over again, and Nephi seemed to be keeping her questions back. He let out a satisfied sigh. "This is great. What is it?" He pointed to one of the bowls, causing Nephi's to glance at him. She lingered for a moment. Just a simple fruit salad. Sorry, I didn't have time to make anything fancy. Plus, the supplies we received in Fallen Grace are not very varied. Sonny tilted his head a little. Are desserts also included in the Legacy Nutrition course? How strange, she coughed, then looked away and remained silent for a while. Then Nephi suddenly stood up and said, I'll go brew more tea. With that, she disappeared, leaving him alone. Sonny stared into the mist, then lowered his gaze and looked at his hand. Soon a black flame appeared above it. A few seconds after it did, his skin started to blister. And a few moments after that, Sonny winced and dismissed the flame. His slightly burned skin shone with dark radiance and slowly healed itself. Then, he summoned the flame again. His hand was burned once more. Sonny repeated the process several times. Each time, he couldn't keep going for more than a dozen seconds before dismissing the fire. Even if he consciously willed himself to endure, his instincts took over. I wonder if I can get used to this. His expression turned somber. I'm back. Nephi sat down, carrying a new pot of tea. Noticing the black flame on his palm, she froze for a second. What is that? Sonny made the fire disappear and smiled faintly. I used the mirror of truth to copy your dormant ability. That is how I healed Jet on the way back. She contemplated for a few moments, then nodded. Good decision. Looking at her with a complicated expression, Sonny sighed. But I don't have your lineage attribute, so the fire burns me. It hurts like hell. I don't know how you do it. Sonny was almost constantly using his aspect. Even when there was no active threat, his shadows were always out and about, either serving as his eyes or augmenting his body. Many routine tasks were solved with shadow step and shadow manifestation. Nephi's, on the contrary, used her aspect as rarely as possible. She did not even summon its powers in most battles, relying solely on her training and skill. It was only when the enemy was overwhelmingly dangerous that she resorted to using the soul flame. But even then, it seemed like too much. The pain of her flaw was unbearable. She shook her head. Says the man who has been killed terribly many times already but has no intention of slowing down. Dying over and over again, reliving the same day. I don't know what I would have done in your situation. Sonny smiled. You say that, but come on. We both know that you would have seen it as a wonderful opportunity to fit more sword practice in your schedule. The corner of Neff's mouth curled upward. Maybe I would. She remained silent for a while, looking into the fog, then said with a hint of wonder in her voice, But then again, it would be strange and tempting to know that no matter what I do, there would be no consequences tomorrow. Maybe I would have done some things that I never dared to do before. Sonny stared at her in confusion, then frowned. Hey, if you are going to insinuate that I'm a pervert again, let me tell you that I'm absolutely innocent. I've not done anything inappropriate in any of these revolutions, nor am I planning to. He gave her an indignant glance, then suddenly grinned and added in a more subtle tone, Unless you want me to. Nephi's chuckled and looked away. After a while, she said, I wasn't insinuating anything. But it is interesting where your mind immediately went, revealing, even, Sonny laughed. His day off was going better than he had expected. He was enjoying it quite a bit. Chapter 1432, Admission. Sonny and Nephi shared the desserts and enjoyed the tea. Their conversation flowed easily. Time passed slowly, but eventually she rose and went to check on Jet and Cassie. Soon, the sound of her light steps faded away and Sonny was left alone. He leaned on the trunk of the sacred tree, looking into the fog. His heart felt warm and at peace. But at the same time, Sonny could not throw what Neff had said out of his head. Do something that I never dared to do before. There were a few things he could think of. He sighed and stared into the distance. Sonny had complicated relationships with his closest companions, to say the least. Nephi's, Cassie, and he. There was a mess of emotions trapped between the three of them. Most of the things they wanted to say to each other had been left unspoken for a long time, especially between Sunny and Nephi's. He hesitated. At this point, he would have to be a complete fool to remain blind to how he felt. Sunny shifted uncomfortably and lowered his gaze. His heart suddenly felt stifled. He grimaced, then brushed his hand across the wooden deck. Just say it. Can't you even say it? If he couldn't even say it now, then when would he? Wasn't he supposed to be the most honest person in two worlds? So why couldn't he even be honest with himself? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then let out a heavy sigh. I care about Nephi's. No, that was not it. That was just being coy. He grimaced and looked up at the swaying branches of the sacred tree. Sunny remained motionless for a while. Then he took a deep breath and thought, I love Nephi's. His expression collapsed. It was true. It had been for a long time. Sunny was not the most emotionally intelligent person, or at least he had not been before. If anything, his emotional development had been stunted first by the rough life in the outskirts, then by the ruthless reality of the nightmare spell. Who had time to think about emotions when every day was a lethal battle for survival? So, it had taken him a long time to recognize the truth of how he felt for Nephi's ever since the Forgotten Shore. In truth, he had already been in love with her before they reached the Dark City, hopelessly so, perhaps. And those feelings had not grown any weaker despite their many bitter disagreements. In fact, they were the reason why Sunny was so often infuriated with Nephi's. If he felt nothing for her, he would not have cared either way. His feelings had not faded or disappeared despite the long period of separation, either. If anything, they only grew more intense, almost becoming an obsession. To be stronger than her. To be equal to her, to be free of her. That was what he had claimed, but it was a lie. The indescribable relief, joy, and completeness he had felt when she returned to the waking world. The maddening fury he had felt when she unilaterally decided to join Valor. The deathly terror he had felt when the skinwalker snapped her neck. By now there was no denying it. Whether through fate or coincidence, for better or worse, Nephi's was his person. The only one there was and would be for him. More than that. Sunny was not blind. Even though neither of them had ever dared to say it aloud, he knew that she felt the same way. It wasn't that hard to see. However, there was a reason why both of them kept quiet. Too many reasons, really. He lowered his head and closed his eyes for a moment. It was not because both of them did not really know how to handle their feelings and were shy about such things. Emotions were terribly messy, and that was just on their own. But when there were other obstacles involved. Sunny and Nephi's had different goals, and most of those goals were directly opposed to each other. Her pursuit of revenge against the spell left no space for something as frivolous as affection, or at least in her heart, affection would always have to take the backseat. As for him, he had his reasons to stay silent as well, but maybe here in the loop he didn't have to. How sweet! Sunny flinched and opened his eyes. The hateful sword wraith was standing in the mist, staring at him coldly. Ah, young love. Well, you aren't wrong. I've been forced to watch you two circling each other fearfully for so long that it makes me sick to simply remember. At least you idiot finally admitted it. My, oh my, all it took was dying dozens of times. Sunny looked away. Shut up. There was no energy in his voice. The sin of solace grinned. So what are you going to do now? Gather your courage and confess. Sunny threw a sharp gaze at him. So what if I do? The apparition laughed. Well, I wish you luck. Oh, there's just one problem. She's going to forget everything, isn't she? How cowardly of you. Seems rather unfair to the poor girl. Sunny gritted his teeth. The bastard was right. As much as he hated to admit it, the wraith was telling the truth. He hesitated, then spat. Then I'll do it after we escape the loop. Why, you think I won't? The sin of solace stared at him for a while, then sighed. Shaking his head, the sword wraith crouched and looked him in the eyes. Aren't you forgetting something else, though? Sunny frowned, unwilling to answer. However, the apparition did it in his stead. You're her slave, Sunless. She owns you. What kind of relationship do you think is possible between the two of you as long as your bonds remain? Sunny's expression grew ugly. Angered, he looked away and uttered through gritted teeth. She would never use it. The Sin of Solace smiled. Oh, won't she? How do you know? If there's one thing that this nightmare proves, it's that no one knows what the future holds. I mean, all your precious friends are right here, changed into corrupted monsters, going around slaughtering people. Even you are no different. Have you ever expected that Jet would brutally murder you one day, or that Effie would satiate her hunger with your flesh? Funny that you are expecting Nephis to never abuse her power over you in the same way. The Wraith leaned closer. After all, she already did. Sunny's mouth twitched. That was to save my life, and she swore to never do it again. The apparition laughed. But she already broke that oath. Sunny frowned, staring at him angrily. What are you talking about? That time when she begged me not to die, that hardly constitutes a command. The Sin of Solace was smiling. No, it was that time the drowned attacked the chain breaker. What did she say back then? Go, I'll handle things here. And then you instantly went into the water to fight the Leviathan. Sunny looked at him in confusion. What? I was going to anyway. But the apparition's smile only widened. Were you? The mist was swirling around them, cold and suffocating. Sunny tried to remember how their first battle with the drowned had gone exactly and scowled. Yes, I was. Even if I wasn't, it was just a slip of the tongue. The sword wraith looked at him disdainfully. A slip of the tongue? Certainly, if you say so. Yet, can you imagine having a relationship with someone who can rob you of your free will with a simple slip of the tongue? How do you imagine such a relationship working? What kind of perverse partnership would it be? Are you really willing to be at her mercy always and absolutely? The Sin of Solace laughed. Gods, you are so odious, so loathsome, so pathetic. Tell me, is there a more pathetic thing than a slave who begins to trust his slaver? Sunny stared at him silently, not knowing what to answer. Eventually, the apparition chuckled, shook his head, then stood up and walked away. His dark figure disappeared into the mist as if it had never been here. If you are, go and surrender. Sunny lowered his head. A dark storm was raging in his mind. Curse it, curse my flaw and curse the shadow bond. I wish it had never existed. The cold mist swirled around his face, hiding it. The world was silent. Chapter 1433, trying something new. Sunny remained under the sacred tree for a while, staring silently into the mist. The cold wind blew from beyond the island, bringing with it an insidious chill. The silence was only broken by the muffled rustling of leaves. His thoughts were dark. He did not know how much time had passed exactly when something seemed to change about the world. Sunny let out a quiet sigh and rose to his feet, hugging himself to preserve what little warmth remained from escaping into the fog. Looking down, he lingered for a few moments and then said somberly, "So you are finally here." At first, there was no response. Then the fog moved slightly, revealing a vague silhouette that had been hidden by its flowing veil. A wraith made of mist was standing on the deck of the chain breaker, mere meters away. Her inhumanly cold blue eyes were gazing at him with no emotion. Sunny smiled darkly. No wonder it took me a whole week to catch up on sleep. Every time Sunny slept, he would come to his senses at the start of the loop. There were two possible explanations for why he did. Either Sunny was sleeping for too long, or something killed him while he slept. He had assumed that it was the former, but now he knew that it was the latter. His hands trembled and turned into fists. Of course. Why else? For dozens of revolutions, Sunny had been telling his companions to hide inside the chain breaker and wait while he risked his life exploring the island. But who said that the ship was safe? Sunny had never seen Undying Slaughter find it. But today was also the first time he had remained on the chain breaker for more than a couple of hours, awake. Curse you! A deep darkness shrouded his eyes. It meant that every time Sunny had left, thinking that his companions would be safe, the mist wraith discovered them and killed them. Cassie and Jet had been killed terribly over and over again while he was gallivanting around the island. Nephis had been killed too, or had she been? Would he have felt if his master was no more? Would the spell have announced her passing? If Sunny had checked his runes, would he have seen her name grow dim and disappear? Staring at undying slaughter, Sunny gritted his teeth. "I'll destroy you." As a bitter smile appeared on his lips, he took a step forward and added calmly, "One day." The mist wraith moved. Not long after that, Sunny died. Sunny was crouching on the deck of the chain breaker once again. Straightening, he looked into the fog. His face remained motionless. After a while, a sigh escaped from his lips. "Well, I guess my break is over." He turned his head and silently watched as Nephi's and Cassie discussed the guiding light. They had forgotten the events of the previous revolution, the conversations they had with him, the laughter they shared. Everything was now erased, and his companions did not even know that they had lost something. But he knew. On this damned island, only two beings remembered everything: Sunny and the sin of solace. The wraith conjured from his own mind by the echo of Ariel's whisper. Looking down, Sunny pressed down on the wooden railing hard enough to hear it crack, then took a step back. This time he did not mount Nightmare immediately. Instead, Sunny concentrated and summoned the runes. Something about his posture must have attracted the attention of his companions, because they both suddenly grew silent. A moment later, Nephi's asked, "Sunny, what is it?" His gaze fell at the bottom of the field of runes. He remained silent for a bit, then answered calmly, "I am going to try something. I'm not sure what will happen exactly, so stay calm." With that, Sunny took a deep breath and called upon the fragment of Shadow Realm. It was strange. The fragment was not a memory, and neither was it an echo or a shadow. As such, he did not really know how to make it manifest. A mere ascended tyrant's essence was surely insufficient to summon a piece of a god's domain into existence. And yet, somehow Sunny knew exactly what to do. That knowledge was buried deep in his soul, as if he had always known. In the next moment, the world around them suddenly grew dimmer. Then dimmer, dimmer, and dimmer still. A strong gale rose, making Sunny's black mantle flutter. It was as though his figure was devouring all light, replacing it with an endless shadow. His eyes widened. Behind Sunny, Cassie shuddered. What? It was as though a tide of darkness flooded the world, rolling outward from the chain breaker. The sacred tree instantly disappeared from view, drowned in it, as did the figure of Saint at the bow of the ship. The dark cliffs could not be seen a moment later. The darkness did not stop there. Even though Nephi's and Cassie could not perceive it, Sunny could somehow. He felt the entire island being swallowed by the shadow he had unleashed, with all light becoming extinguished in an instant. Soon, it was as though they were standing in a lightless, black void. Only Sunny could see that the world had not really disappeared. It was still there. The sacred tree still swayed subtly in the wind, and Saint was still standing at the bow. The dark cliffs were where they had been a few moments ago. The mist still swirled and flowed, only now it was like a liquid darkness, and he could feel, so that's what it is. The fragment of the shadow realm was, unsurprisingly, a shadow so vast and ancient that his mind failed to comprehend its scale, so deep and unfathomable that his heart trembled in front of it. More than that. If Sunny wasn't mistaken, this inconceivable shadow was of the divine rank. It was lightless and black, but shone with the golden light of divinity in his vision at the same time. It was not alive, but it wasn't empty like the shadows of inanimate objects either. It did not belong to Sunny, and yet he was connected to it somehow. Even though Sunny had summoned it, he was, perhaps, not qualified yet to be its master. Chapter 1434, World of Darkness. As Sunny stood frozen in the world of darkness, Nephi summoned a memory lantern and raised it, illuminating the deck of the chain breaker. A small island of warm light appeared around them, however. It was not nearly as wide as it should have been, as if the lantern was struggling to push back the unfathomable shadow. Its light trembled pitifully. "Sunny, what did you do?" He lingered with the answer, then said honestly, "I summoned a fragment of Shadow God's domain. You must have seen it in my runes. It's a legacy relic I received." The fragment had already swallowed all of Windflower. Sunny could feel it, which was strange. As an ascended tyrant, he could control his shadows from around 20 kilometers away. However, the range of his shadow sense was much more modest, less even than that of his vision. How was it that he could vaguely sense the far side of the island? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then carefully extended his shadow sense. However, he did not extend it outward. Instead, he extended it into the fragment. In the next moment, Sunny yelped, staggered, and fell. Ah, hell! Before he landed on the hard wood, Nephi's caught him. Suddenly, her concerned face was very close. "Are you all right?" He retracted his shadow sense and stared at her for a few strangely awkward moments. Then Sunny coughed and nodded. There was a salty taste of blood on his tongue. "Yes, I just overdid it a little." Supported by her, he rose to his feet and grimaced. "This domain fragment, I'm not sure what else it can do, but it definitely enhances the range of my shadow sense, to a degree where I can perceive everywhere on the island at the same time, well, except for the tower. It seems to be shielded from view somehow. Needless to say, that's not something that a human brain, even that of a master, is wired to handle." The sensory overload he had been blasted with was not something he wanted to experience again. Even though it was only like a minuscule fraction of the indescribable horror of using "Where is my eye?" The strain was still too much for Sunny. And that was not even counting what he would perceive. There were all kinds of great and terrible creatures on Windflower, and witnessing some of them was dangerous in and of itself. Not to mention that more than one of these beings were capable of staring back at him. That said, Sunny was almost certain that he could be more precise with spreading his senses through the fragment. He reassured Nephi's and Cassie that everything was all right and made another attempt. A moment later, his stifled scream traveled through the mist. In the end, it took Sunny some time and a lot of cursing to teach himself how to limit the scope of his shadow sense to a comparatively narrow area. The boon of this situation was that he could concentrate on any location on the island, meaning that he could observe all of it at will. He could also feel something else. As long as he remained in the unfathomable depths of the fragment, his aspect seemed to be enhanced. It was as if the ancient shadow was nourishing it. Sunny was not sure yet what this enhancement meant, but it had to be useful. As soon as he grew confident in not collapsing after extending his shadow sense into the dark distance, Sunny concentrated and searched for Jet. Soon, he felt her moving through the forest. Drops of blood fell into the moss, and a murderous wraith was pursuing her. How convenient! Jumping into the saddle, Sunny warned Nephi's and Cassie to stay on the chain breaker and sent his steed into the mist. The next hour went somewhat differently from how it usually was. The descent of the Shadow Realm fragment affected his companions enough so that their familiar reactions and thoughts changed. But overall, it was all the same. Sunny rescued Jet, healed her with the help of the Mirror of Truth, and returned to the chain breaker. Then he explained the nature of the loop to the members of the cohort. After that, however, Sunny had to make new decisions. Now that he knew that leaving his companions on the chain breaker was tantamount to leaving them for dead, there was no other choice but to venture into the mist together, which was a moot point, really, considering that he had already decided to rely on teamwork more before his break. His goal of compiling a time map of Windflower had become much easier, as well, due to how far his shadow sense could reach in the boundary of the fragment. Perhaps the best thing about the fragment of Shadow's domain was that it existed independently of Sunny. It was not manifested from his essence, and did not consume it to exist. On the flip side, it was also not under his control. Although Sunny could benefit from being within a piece of Shadow God's domain, he had not magically become akin to a sovereign. There was an unexpected but welcome side effect to his innate connection to the inconceivable shadow, though. It was that the rudimentary affinity to water that the crown of twilight granted him could spread through the fragment, as well. And since mist was made of water, Sunny found himself capable of influencing the fog. He could make it thicker or push it away from a certain area. It was hard to say how beneficial, exactly, such an ability would be, but Sunny felt that he would find a way to use it to his advantage. Other than that, the most obvious advantage of the fragment was that Sunny could manifest it into tangible objects. Even though these objects were manifested with ascended essence, their origin was still a divine shadow. As such, they were much more powerful and robust than what he had been able to conjure up previously. Of course, using them burned a tremendously larger amount of essence in proportion. The last thing Sunny experimented with was dismissing the fragment of the shadow realm. Sadly, it seemed impossible. Just as he had expected, once unleashed, the fragment couldn't be taken back, or at least he had no authority to do so. The only exception was the shadow lantern. Sunny discovered that he could hide the fragment inside the divine memory, but strangely enough, he couldn't summon it back from it. Once the inconceivable shadow entered the gate of the black lantern, it was as though it disappeared forever. He was somewhat disheartened, but at the same elated. Armed with the fragment and the mirror of truth, and supported by the members of the cohort, suddenly, Sunny felt that creating a moving map of Wind Flower was not as impossible of a task anymore. Without wasting any time, he got to work. He was going to find a way to escape this endless hell and take his companions with him. Chapter 1435 Time Map. Over the next few revolutions, Sunny repeated the same actions. He would summon the fragment of Shadow Realm, rescue Jet, enter the cave system below the island with the cohort, and slay the cavern terror. Then they would proceed to the far side of the island, find Effie, and hide from danger until the end of the loop. Each time, the time it took to reach the northern edge of Wind Flower grew shorter, but it was still not nearly short enough. So Sunny continued to study the island and perfect his time map. He kept the cohort safe, or at least tried to, and explored Wind Flower through shadow sense. He progressed swiftly due to how drastically the fragment extended its reach. Sunny already knew which places on the island were too dangerous to observe, so he managed to avoid drawing the attention of the beings who dwelled there. Apart from those horrors, the rest of the creatures imprisoned on Wind Flower were now like an open book to him. Or rather, somewhat like an open book. Although he could perceive the movement of their shadows, that unique sense of his was not a true replacement for sight, nor could it replace the experience of actually facing the abominations. Luckily, Sunny had already done so in the previous revolutions. Combined with his already existing experience, shadow sense was enough to help him compile a map. He experimented with the mirror of truth as well, to a varying degree of success. The second aspect ability Sunny tried to copy was Cassie's premonition. He judged that sensing a few seconds into the future would make him nearly invincible. However, Sunny was left disappointed. He seemed to possess the right affinity to use her ability with a high level of efficiency, but it was simply too strange. He had long been accustomed to perceiving the world from different points of view simultaneously. That was how he was able to scout through his shadows, after all. His mental ability was further increased by the Shroud of Dusk. However, suddenly perceiving two distinct but moving and overlapping threads of time was just too much. The first time Sunny activated the premonition ability, he instantly got disoriented and fell to the ground. Simply trying to take a step was enough to paralyze him. Dazed and lost, he stumbled around blindly for a while, then deactivated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth and watched it crumble into pieces. His head was spinning. Perhaps Sunny could adapt to Cassie's strange way of perceiving the world, but it was not going to be a short process. His time was better spent exploring other opportunities. Neff's ability to control fire, on the other hand, was easy enough to master. Sadly, it was not very useful without her affinities and her soul flame. The same could be said about Cassie's ability to perceive the world through someone else. Then there was Jet. Sunny had high hopes for her ascended ability, not because it allowed her to absorb fragments of shattered soul cores and improve her own, but because it removed the limit of how much her body could be enhanced by essence. Sunny had an enormous reserve of essence, as far as masters were concerned. So, he thought that he could make himself as powerful as a saint with the help of this ability. Outrageously, his first attempt ended in one of the most gruesome deaths he had experienced in the loop. As it turned out, the ability to oversaturate her flesh with essence worked for Jet only because of her unique constitution, not quite dead, but also not alive. When Sunny tried doing the same, he was quite literally torn apart from the inside. He did not make the second attempt. Her dormant ability could allow him to absorb the essence of the enemies he killed, a useful tool, but not useful enough to sacrifice the mirror of truth for, at least not in their current situation. Her awakened ability, though, was extremely powerful, being able to strike the souls of his enemies directly. It was hard to describe how much more deadly of a creature it made Sunny. Effie's physical augmentation wasn't bad either. However, there was one ability that outshone them all. It was Cassie's dormant ability. That ability allowed her to learn a lot about the aspects and attributes of awakened, as well as the attributes and unholy powers of nightmare creatures. Cassie had to be close to receive that information, but Sunny could rely on his shadows to serve as his eyes. He could even gain some knowledge purely through shadow sense. That allowed him to study the prisoners of Windflower infinitely faster than he had ever expected. Slowly but surely, his knowledge of Windflower grew. Armed with that knowledge, the cohort managed to kill the rotting leopard. They clashed and triumphed over the giant octopus-like abomination as well. They even learned how to destroy the swarm of black millipedes. The time map he had been trying to create was becoming more and more complete. There were empty spaces on it. Of course, for example, Sunny had never managed to learn much about the tower. There were a few places on the island that were too lethal for him to explore as well. But he did not need to study them anyway, because his goal was not the exploration of Windflower. His goal was simply to get to Effie and return to the chain breaker in time, then escape this hell and never look back. Nevertheless, the closer his time map came to completion, the colder Sunny felt. It was because he was growing more and more wary of the truths he learned. The purpose of creating the map was to track the movements of the dangerous nightmare creatures across the island throughout the loop. He needed to know about them to create the most efficient path to the far side of the island and back. To rescue both Jet and Effie and leave Windflower in the span of a single day. However, once Sunny had most of the information he needed, he felt nothing but dread, realizing that that goal was utterly unattainable. Even the most efficient of the remotely safe routes was not fast enough to get him to where he needed to be. Even if he made Effie ride Nightmare, there was not enough time. With their current strength, and with the tools available to them, making a round trip across the island before the loop terminated seemed simply impossible. Chapter 1436. Heavy-burdened Sunny was on the deck of the chain breaker once again. He straightened and looked into the mist, his eyes sunken. "Doesn't work. That doesn't work. Should we abandon the cavern's route?" His bleak voice was quiet enough to not be heard by Nephi's and Cassie. Although Sunny had been careful not to overwork himself too much again, the strain of surviving and failing to survive on Windflower was slowly getting to him. It was hard to keep himself from succumbing to hopelessness and numbness. Sunny had known many bitter defeats, but being crushed over and over again still burdened him. More than that, his mindset was slowly deteriorating into not caring about whether he lived or died at all. Why would he care if all that waited after death was another revolution, and then another, and another, endlessly and without reprieve? If there was one thing that kept him grounded and served as an anchor for his sanity, it was the fact that watching his companions die was always an agony. Even knowing that they would be reborn in the loop did not ease the pain and desperation Sonny felt each time he miscalculated and led them to their deaths. If he was by himself, he probably would not have given up. But his focus and determination would have deteriorated much faster. He had to take the members of the cohort away from Windflower, though, Jet, Cassie, Effie and her baby. Nephi's, that thought kept him motivated. He was the only one who could. Due to a random twist of fate, Sonny possessed a cursed sword which made him able to remember the previous revolutions. That alone placed him ahead of everyone else on the island. In fact, simply knowing that they had to escape was already half of the victory. It was just that the other half had turned out to be insurmountable, and it was hard to carry all that burden all by himself. No, the cavern route is the safest, which makes it the fastest. Sonny remained silent for a few moments. It's simple. Since nothing works, I have to explore more possibilities. The mirror of truth, that is the answer. I should make it reflect more nightmare creatures. But not beasts and monsters and demons. Only devils and those above them will do. Sonny was motionless, going over the collection of horrors stored in his mind. There were not that many beings on Windflowers that both fit the criteria and could be caught in the reflection of the mirror of truth without getting him killed. The Cavern Terror was one of them, the creature hidden in the port. As well, although escaping from it alive was not easy, of course, there were undying slaughter and devouring beasts as well. But they were even more deadly. Suddenly, a strange disharmony entered his thoughts. Sonny frowned and tried to discover its source. What was it? Why did he feel that something was wrong? It took him some time to realize that Cassie and Nephi's, who were supposed to be discussing the guiding light behind him, were strangely silent. Looking back, he saw that the blind girl had already used the sacred staff to determine where Effie was located. Nephi's was studying the vague shapes of the dark cliffs. His frown deepened. It changed. Why? Sonny was sure that they had not heard him muttering to himself. Had he done something else to affect the usual flow of events or failed to do something to keep it stable? I don't think I did, though. Sonny rubbed his face. Perhaps his posture or presence influenced Cassie and Nephi's without him noticing. Sonny, he shook off his confusion and looked at Nephi's. Yeah, I'm fine. Actually, there's something I need to do. Stay calm. I'll summon the fragment of shadow domain in a moment. The world was devoured by the primordial shadow once again. Sonny mounted Nightmare and left the chain breaker once again. He found Jet and brought her back once again. This time, he did not use the mirror of truth to copy Soul Flame and heal her right away, though. Although it was a little cruel to Jet, Sonny could not allow himself to waste the miraculous memory that way. Her wounds would be healed by Nephi's in a couple of hours, regardless. Everything went as usual, however. When he returned to the chain breaker, the strangeness continued. The conversation seemed to be the same, but something felt out of place. It was only when they reached the bone orchard and started rending the hollow butterfly that he finally figured out what was wrong. Jet and Nephi's were resting while he and Cassie were busy splitting the tough chitin on the great monster, and the blind girl seemed strangely distracted, moving slower than she was supposed to. Right. It all started when she failed to make her usual remarks about the guiding light. He had only noticed that Cassie was behaving strangely that late because she usually kept quiet while the others talked. Her subtle reactions, however, had been different from the familiar ones all along. What is going on? Sonny stopped what he was doing and stared at Cassie with a slight frown. Eventually, he asked, Cassie, is everything all right with you? She froze, then turned to face him and lingered for a few moments. Yes, I think so. I just have this strange feeling. He raised his eyebrow. What feeling? It was an ominous sign that their oracle was having a strange feeling. Cassie's premonitions were never trivial and were usually the harbingers of terrifying events. But what could have triggered this premonition? Nothing was supposed to change on Windflower unless Sonny was the one to change it. He waited tensely to hear her response, all kinds of dreadful theories flashing in his mind. However, when Cassie finally answered, all those thoughts disappeared, replaced by stunned silence. She shrugged. "It's nothing serious. I just can't get rid of this feeling of déjà vu." Sonny stared at without saying anything. Déjà vu, wasn't that? Wasn't that how he himself had first come to recognize the twisted nature of time on Windflower? He blinked. Was Cassie becoming aware of the loop, too? Chapter 1437. Pebble. Throughout the rest of the loop, Cassie continued to be a little off. The changes were subtle, but Sonny could easily spot them. After all, he had been going through these tribulations for a long time now. Anything that was different from how things were supposed to go drew his attention. Cassie was clearly in a slightly dazed state, not unlike how he had been the first time around. Otherwise, she would have realized that having a persistent sense of déjà vu on an island where time endlessly repeated itself had to mean something. Then again, she might have simply attributed it to the time loop and moved on. It was only Sonny who knew that the blind girl was acting differently from how she had in the previous revolutions. Why is this happening? Cassie was distracted because of her strange mental state, while Sonny was distracted because of Cassie. The cohort had slain the cavern terror, traversed the system of caves, and obliterated the swarm of black millipedes. Finally, they climbed out of the chasm and ventured into the misty forest. Now that it was submerged in darkness, Sonny found it much easier to move forward. He was in his element. He could also track the movements of the nightmare creatures populating this part of the island, not to mention the fact that he already knew what they were capable of. Some abominations had to be avoided at all costs, some could be challenged. It was easier to avoid the former, and not as hard to slay the latter. Armed with knowledge and the element of surprise, the cohort made swift progress. Eventually, there came a moment when Sonny told everyone to slow down and took the lead. Banishing the mist from a small area in front of them, he called, "Effie, do not." As soon as he spoke, a gray spear flashed toward him with tremendous speed, as if shot from a devastating siege engine. Holding back a sigh, Sonny moved to the side and effortlessly caught the spear with his bare hand. The power of Effie's throw was scary enough to drag him back a few steps, but he easily kept his balance. "Throw that damned spear at me." Nephi's and Jet had barely had any time to react. They both stared at the deadly weapon held in his hand with astonishment. Cassie, though, did not seem too surprised. Her soft lips moved as if she was whispering something to herself. Effie's figure was already revealed, standing in the darkness. "The doofus," Sonny scoffed. "Who else would it be? Come, take your spear back, it's heavy." The rest of the revolution went without anything dire happening. Sonny was in no mood to try anything dangerous. Anyway, he was busy recalculating various possibilities, coming up with new solutions, and observing Cassie. From time to time, he also looked at Effie. The boisterous huntress had been put off a little at the start, noticing that he was not reacting to her teasing. But after Jet explained the nature of the loop to her, she understood why Sonny seemed different from his usual self. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, Effie looked at him bashfully. "Ah, so you've heard all these jokes already. Dozens of times. Crap, I didn't think I was that predictable." Luckily, Nephi's was there to be flustered in his place. Watching the huntress explain what had happened to her, Sonny couldn't help but think about Effie. It was an incredibly stupid thing, what she had done. Getting pregnant in the middle of a war was not exactly smart. Even if it had not been intentional, the result was the same. Still, he could understand somewhat. Passions were high on the battlefield, and even the smartest people were prone to making mistakes when they were not thinking straight. Gods knew he had made his own share of stupid decisions. Plus, modern medicine was often unreliable when it came to awakened, especially the more powerful ones. Sonny did not know if Effie had taken steps to prevent this exact situation from happening, But even if she had, they might have ended up failing her. Even if that was not the case, he could understand. But how the hell had she ended up being pregnant in a nightmare? Bad luck, really. An avalanche of misfortune that started with a single pebble. A heavy sigh escaped from his lips. Indeed, Effie had never had any intentions of challenging the third nightmare. She was only here because of a series of tragic events that no one could have foreseen. It had to have started not long after she found out about her condition. Back then, the government forces escorting Wake of Ruin were never meant to participate in a large-scale battle. They were simply there as observers. And yet, when the great gates opened during the Battle of the Black Skull, Effie had no choice but to escape into the dream realm, just like the rest of the masters and saints there. In the Nightmare Desert, Beastmaster offered her a way out, but the members of the cohort had no plans of challenging a seed then. Their goal was to reach the Black Pyramid. Effie must have thought that they would either escape or die in a matter of days, or weeks at most. Her pregnancy was not supposed to become an issue. Unlike the rest of them, Effie had already lost one cohort. Her original companions had all perished in the catacombs below the Dark City. The thought of becoming the lone survivor once again must have been unbearable, so she chose to remain with her friends. It was only after Beastmaster, Satian, Morgan, and Sir Gilead left that a decision to follow Mordred into a nightmare was made. At that point, the only choice Effie had was to challenge the seed with them, or remain in the desert alone to not become a burden to her companions. But even if she had chosen the latter, the members of the cohort would have definitely not allowed her to commit suicide out of misguided consideration for their well-being. And here they were. Sunny looked away and sighed again. It must have been hard on her. Effie always put up a carefree front, but he knew that behind it, she had known just as much heartbreak and sorrow as the rest of them, if not more. Making the decisions she had made, no matter right or wrong, could not have been easy. In fact, it was the opposite. Every step of the way must have been frightening, heavy, and difficult. I have to get her out of this hellhole alive. They would deal with the rest later. Eventually, the revolution came to an end, and when the next one started, Sunny was startled by an unexpected noise. Looking back, he saw that Cassie had dropped the guiding light, which clattered and rolled across the deck. Her expression was frozen. Taking a step toward the blind girl, Sunny lingered for a moment and asked, "What's the matter?" Cassie slowly turned to face him and took a shallow breath. Her words were exactly what he expected to hear. "Sunny, I remember." Chapter 1438, Hiring an assistant. Sunny did not know how many revolutions it had taken him to become aware of the loop. However, he knew that around 2 months had passed since he did that was how much longer it had taken for Cassie to join him in knowing the truth. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker, Sunny stared at the blind girl intensely. He was feeling a strange mix of emotions, relief and gratitude, to start with. He was incredibly elated at the thought of sharing the burden of escaping Windflower with someone, especially someone as resourceful and steady as Cassie. But at the same time, there was a note of unease in his heart. How exactly had she come to know about the loop, and why? For him, it was because of the sin of Solace. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly took a step forward and asked, his voice grim, "You see him too, don't you? Admit it. I know you do." The blind girl tilted her head a little, an expression of confusion appearing on her face. "See who? I don't understand." Sunny hesitated for a moment. Was she telling the truth? Or was she only pretending to be oblivious to the sin of Solace? If it was the latter, he had to give Cassie and her acting skills credit. She would be a much better liar than he had ever suspected her to be, if that was the truth. But why would she hide it? To spare them both the embarrassment, perhaps. Gods knew. Sunny would not want anyone to hear the things his inner demon whispered into his ears every day. If so, it would make sense how Cassie had learned about the loop, and why it had taken her longer to become aware of it. She could only perceive the sin of solace by using her ascended ability on Sunny, after all, and would thus be far less susceptible to the Wraith's influence. However, it was not necessarily the case that she could see and hear the hateful apparition. In fact, it was far more likely that Cassie was telling the truth. The sin of solace only existed in Sunny's mind, and was therefore unlikely to be seen by her while sharing his senses. She could have simply become aware of the loop because of her unrivaled affinity to fate and revelations. The blind girl had always been able to feel and perceive things that none of them could. It was not outside the realm of possibility that she would slowly learn to sense the twisted nature of time on Wind Flower by herself. Cassie could have been sincerely confused by his question. Sunny simply did not know. He frowned a little. The sin of solace, the sword wraith that follows me around, you can't see him. Cassie looked at him silently for a few moments, then smiled faintly. How can I see him? I'm blind. She pointed to her beautiful blue eyes, making Sunny cough in embarrassment. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, forget it. Did it really matter if Cassie could perceive the sin of solace or not? Sunny would prefer it if she couldn't, but if she could and was willing to pretend otherwise, that was fine as well. It was not like Cassie had not been pretending to not know various things ever since becoming an awakened. Her aspect and abilities not only allowed her to learn secrets, but also gave her no choice but to learn them. To spare herself and the people to whom those secrets belonged a lot of embarrassment, she probably kept quiet about such things. At least that was what Sunny thought. He grimaced, remained silent for a while, and then smiled tentatively. Well, anyway, you really remember. That is great news. Indeed it was. At first, Sunny had only considered his mental state and how sharing the burden with another person would alleviate his fatigue and loneliness. But really, the benefit was so much greater than that. With 2 members of the cohort being able to carry the knowledge of the previous revolutions into the future ones, the range of things they could achieve would double. Everything that Sunny had been doing alone would be done faster, and solutions he had not dared to try would not be nearly as daunting anymore. More than that, Sunny and Cassie did not need to pursue all these goals together. They could split up and tackle different tasks simultaneously, thus accelerating the entire escape to a great degree. Of course, he needed to consider his plans carefully. There were things that Cassie could potentially achieve on her own, and things that she would never be able to do without his help. He would have to teach her everything he had come to know as well. Even though the blind girl had become aware of the loop, the current revolution was only her second one. Sunny, however, had been accumulating knowledge of Wind Flower over more than 60 revolutions. She had to benefit from the groundwork he had laid before becoming a true ally to him in this timeless hell. Yes. I'll have to teach her about the island and the abominations populating it first. Cassie, meanwhile, turned to face the mist. The soft lines of her delicate face twisted slightly, expressing her doubts and anxiety. Yes, I do remember, but it seems so odd, like a strange dream. She lowered her head. That hollow butterfly, the caverns, the dark forest. And Effie, I can't believe that Effie is. It was at that moment that both Cassie and Sunny were suddenly interrupted. Looking at them in utter confusion, Nephi's raised an eyebrow. What are you 2 talking about? She frowned. What does Cassie remember, and why is remembering something so important? Caverns, forests, and butterflies. What does it mean, and what is it about Effie? The 2 of them turned to her, surprised. Sunny was suddenly very guilty about forgetting Neph in all the commotion. So, I'll have to explain everything again, I guess. But then, he suddenly had a thought. The questions were addressed at both of them. So his flaw was not compelling him to answer. Looking down, Sunny patted Cassie on the shoulder and smiled. You take this one, Cass. I'll go rescue Jet. Before the blind girl could even answer, he already mounted Nightmare and disappeared into the mist. It was good to have an assistant. Chapter 1439 Desperate Times. By the time Sunny returned with Jet, Cassie had already explained the situation to Nephi's as best as she could. That had already saved him some time, not that it mattered during this revolution. For now, his goal was to get Cassie up to speed. As they left the chain breaker and headed toward the bone orchard, Sunny started to describe the perils of wind flower to her in detail. Jet and Nephi's listened, too, growing grimmer with each minute. The devouring beast is here as well. Hearing Jet's somber question, Sunny nodded. She lingered for a moment. Who is devouring beast, though? Oh. Soul Reaper only knew who Undying Slaughter was because they had met. She had no concept of who the 6 plagues were, and no explanation to how a defiled version of her could exist on the island. Sunny explained the things briefly, not that he knew much more than her. We don't know how they exist or why. These future versions of ourselves are known as the 6 heralds of the estuary of the 6 plagues, and 2 of them are here, on the island, the future version of you and the future version of Effie. He lingered for a moment before adding, we also don't know how the 2 of them ended up here. My theory is that they were exiled to wind flower to contain their flaws, but it's just conjecture. Jet's face remained impassive. She nodded silently and did not say anything about his indirect castigation of her flaw. Who would like hearing that her personal curse was so terrible that even the nightmare creatures had chosen to banish her corrupted future self into isolation? Sunny let out a quiet sigh and continued explaining things to Cassie. The blind girl was listening to him attentively, seemingly not having trouble with digesting the incredible amount of information. From time to time, she asked him small but poignant questions. By the time they reached the bone orchard and found the hollow butterfly, Sunny had already shared the most important pieces of knowledge. Before they went about creating the pikes and the javelins, he drew a crude map of the island on the ground. And Effie is here. For now, I have found no way to get to her and return to the chain breaker in time. Cassie, Nephi's, and Jet studied the map. After a few moments of silence, the blind girl asked, have you considered leaving the island with Jet and returning to the loop from the northern side? Sunny hesitated for a while. Eventually, he shook his head and said in a grim tone, I can't say that I didn't, but it is simply too dangerous. Do remember that it's only called north because that's how I drew the map. In reality, I have no idea which side of the island faces which direction. Navigating to Effie's side won't be easy, and it is not even a given that we'll be able to navigate at all while being thrashed by the whirlpool. His expression turned even darker. I don't see us faring well in the vortex even if we fly above it. The winds would certainly throw us around. We might be able to get back to the island, but not to a landing zone of our choosing. We have gotten incredibly lucky the first time, actually. That beach where we landed is one of the few relatively safe places on Windflower. If we crashed almost anywhere else, we'd be dead in a matter of minutes. Even if the abominations dwelling in those places wouldn't have killed us, the thing that hides in the mist above the island would. Sunny sighed. Most importantly, we simply don't know how entering the loop functions. Not only where, but also when we land is a question. We can only leave at the end of the day when the crown of twilight provides me with essence, but if we return to the same point in time, Effie will already be lost. In short, there are too many risks. Cassie contemplated for a short while, then nodded. I see. Remaining on the island seems like the most promising choice then. But you have already explored all the routes, and even learned a lot about most nightmare creatures here. Some of them, unbelievably, we have even defeated. So why do you say that there is no way to get Effie to the chain breaker in time? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then winced. The problem is that this damned place is simply impossible to traverse for a bunch of ascended like us. Sure, we have killed a few of the local residents, but only the weakest and most vulnerable of them, or those that our powers directly counter. The rest are too dreadful for us to fight, So we can only advance by hiding and timing our movements perfectly. And that is too slow to get to the other side and come back in the span of a single day. The blind girl was studying the map. For a moment, Sunny was reminded of how strange the situation was. Cassie could not see, so she was simply pretending to look at the map. She seemed to have developed a habit of imitating the actions of those who had sight in order to not make the people around her feel uncomfortable, while in reality she was actually seeing the map through the eyes of her companions. He hesitated, then added with a bit of hope in his voice, "But that was back when I was the only one with the detailed knowledge of the loop. Now that there are two of us, the situation might change." Cassie did not answer for a while. Then she slowly shook her head. "No, it won't change." Sunny was taken aback. He stared at her tensely, then asked, his voice even, "And why is that?" The blind girl sighed. "It's because I am not strong enough to make a decisive difference. Sure, with my help you can save an hour or two, but that is not enough. Even if we separate, the scope of the things I can accomplish is limited. If this island is too dangerous for you, Sunny, then it is certain death for me." She frowned. "Even if we somehow manage to make everyone in the cohort remember the previous revolutions, it will still not be enough. Not that having Nephis jet and Effie slowly being driven mad by that cursed sword of yours is an option." Sunny's face darkened. He scoffed, then looked away. "So what are you suggesting we do, then?" Cassie shrugged. "We explore every opportunity. The things we've learned offer us no solution, so there is no other choice but to turn to things we've yet to explore and hope for the best. Starting with—" She leaned forward slightly and pointed to the map. Sunny lowered his gaze and looked at where her delicate finger was pointing. His expression changed subtly. "Of course it's that place." The place the blind girl was pointing at was at the very center of the map. There, a crude image of a tall tower was drawn, surrounded by a wide moat. Chapter 14:40 Desperate Measures. There were several places on the island that Sunny had not dared to explore yet. They were too dangerous, and lay off the route that led to Effie. He was already tormented enough by dying while trying to reach her, so losing his life meaninglessly to satiate his curiosity did not seem like a good idea. That said, Cassie was right. It was not as though Sunny had not considered grasping at straws by venturing into these dangerous territories before. He knew that he would most likely end up searching for a solution there eventually, but not before exhausting all other choices. Well, his choices had been exhausted. Cassie had become aware of the loop just when they had, so he allowed himself to grow hopeful for a few hours. However, she was now reminding him of the harsh reality. Even if there were two people who remembered the previous revolutions now, it was still not enough to solve the diabolical puzzle of Wind Flower. Even with everything he had learned, there was no feasible way to achieve their goals, which meant that they had to expand their efforts to the most dangerous corners of the hellish island. And the tower, it was the most dangerous of them all by far. Sunny had already tried to enter it once, during one of the earlier revolutions. However, before he could even cross the bridge, he had died without even realizing what had killed him. The bones of the dreadful nightmare creatures and the abomination standing motionlessly on the bridge only solidified the fact that the stronghold of the Seeker was absolutely deadly, more deadly than the overgrown port, the harrowing shrine, and the eerie circle of black obelisks. He stared at the map silently. "Can't say I'm not curious to get inside, though." Wind Flower was just too mysterious. Sunny had been exploring the dreadful island for about 2 months now, and although he was now familiar with its landscape and dangers, he did not know a lot about its history. Who was the Seeker that had lived here before exactly? How had that person been able to not only survive inside the loop, but also build the tower, the port, the shrine, and other structures within it? Or had the vortex not existed yet when they called Wind Flower home? If it had not, was the Seeker responsible for creating it? Sonny knew, of course, that Windflower had not always been trapped within a loop of repeating time. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the existence of the bone orchard, the steps cut into the cliffs, and many other landmarks of the nightmarish island. Even the line of footprints they had found in the white sand predated the starting point of the loop. They looked like they had been left only a few hours. But in reality, the person who had leapt off the edge of the island must have done so many centuries ago. Sonny wondered if those were the footprints of the mysterious seeker. He also wondered, if the loop was really created by someone, can it be destroyed as well? If there was a place where he could find answers to at least some of these questions, it was the Seeker's Tower. Looking at its crudely drawn image and Cassie's finger pointing to it, Sonny let out a heavy sigh and nodded. All right. Now that there is no other choice, we will explore the tower. The tower was just like it had been before, but also a little different. This time, Sonny and the members of the cohort, including Effie, approached it from the northern side. Windflower was also shrouded in impenetrable darkness, so the sight of the lonesome spire rising above the forest was even more foreboding. The light in one of its highest windows seemed even brighter now, shining above the dreadful island like a beacon. The Seeker's Tower was not exactly ominous in and of itself. It was not a gargantuan structure like the Crimson Spire or the great ivory pagoda of the Kingdom of Hope. Nor was its architecture particularly menacing, in fact. It was rather beautiful. The gray tower was perched atop a tall black cliff, airy and austere. Nevertheless, it emanated a sense of absolute, harrowing threat. Every time Sonny looked at it, he could feel a chill run down his spine. The frozen figures of terrifying nightmare creatures that stood on the bridge did not help one bit. Even now, he was staring at them with a dark expression. The members of the cohort were doing the same as they hid between the pines. Is that a great beast? In the sinister silence of the misty forest, Effie's whisper sounded as loud as thunder. Sonny glanced at her and nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is. One of the abominations caught by the bridge was a towering monstrosity that seemed to be made entirely out of bulging muscles, sharp claws, and harrowing fangs. It was almost unnoticeable in the darkness of the fragment, but because the light shining from the window reflected from its pale hide, a vague silhouette could be seen. Effie gulped. "D-damn." That reaction did not surprise Sonny. After all, only a fool would not be scared by a great nightmare creature. I want to eat it so much. It's not fair that only you and Princess got to feast on a great abomination. That turtle's meat must have tasted heavenly, right? Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then shook his head. Never mind, he wouldn't have deemed the gluttonous huntress with an answer, but sadly his flaw compelled him to. Gritting his teeth, Sonny lingered for as long as he could and then said reluctantly, "Yeah, it tasted pretty amazing." In the darkness, Nephi's carefully touched his shoulder. When Sonny turned to her, she asked in a low voice, "What do we do now?" He studied her beautiful face for a few moments and sighed. What was there to do? "We will try to cross the bridge. Right, all of you, prepare to die." Chapter 1441, Let's split up. Although the Seeker's Tower was right in front of them, Sonny had little hope that they would be able to reach its entrance this time. Not only was the tower protected by the eerie enchantment, but the revolution was also close to its end. It had taken them a lot of time to find Effie and get back to the heart of the island. He did not know how much longer they had exactly, but it might have been mere minutes. In the end, they never found out. The black cliff was surrounded by a wide open space where there were no trees. Not long after the members of the cohort cautiously abandoned the forest, a gentle wind caressed Sonny's face, forcing him to look up. Windflower was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, so no one except for Sonny could see, but there was something there, above them, hiding in the black expanse of the misty sky. Frozen in terror, he watched dozens of twisting tendrils descending from the turbulent black fog, each hundreds of meters long. Then he was dead. Coming back to his senses on the deck of the chain breaker, Sonny could not help but shudder. This was the first time he had caught a glimpse of the being that dwelled in the mist above the island. Sonny had thought that Windflower had no horrors left to surprise him with, but he had been wrong. What even is that thing? Hiding how disturbed he was, Sonny turned and looked at Cassie. By now he was, if not accustomed, then at least familiar with the terrible trauma of dying. The blind girl had only recently become aware of the loop, though. For her, it must have been a harrowing experience. But contrary to his expectations, Cassie seemed perfectly fine, nonchalant, even. It was as though she had experienced countless deaths already. Sonny lingered for a moment. Right, considering her aspect, she probably has. Nevertheless, he walked over to her, hesitated for a moment, and tried to make his voice sound soft. "Are you all right?" A brief, pale smile appeared on Cassie's face. She nodded. "Yes, I'm fine, it was sobering." Nephi stared at them silently, a hint of confusion appearing in her tired gray eyes. She was once again suffering from the symptoms of essence exhaustion. Sonny sighed and gestured to Cassie, imploring her to take care of the explanations. A moment later, he was off to retrieve Jet. "I am definitely not avoiding Neff." He could have sent Cassie, Nightmare, and one of his shadows into the mist and remain on the chain breaker with Nephi's instead. However, Sonny was not quite sure how to act around her now, after what the Sin of Solace had said, and what he himself had admitted, especially not if they were left alone. "I'll just think about how to get into the terrifying ancient tower. That is much less daunting," he explained the situation to Jet on the way back to the chain breaker. At the same time, Cassie explained it to Nephi's. So by the time the four of them reunited, everyone was already aware of what was going on. But the usual routine had to change from now on. If they wanted to enter the tower, they couldn't waste time going to the far side of the island and back. There was simply not enough hours in the loop. Nevertheless, Sonny hesitated. How could he leave Effie alone in the cold mist and darkness? He was not sure what had happened to her in the previous revolutions without them, but knowing what he knew about the island, he doubted that it was something he would want to know. Sonny remained silent for a while, agonizing over the choice. Then Nephi suddenly spoke. "Jet and I can handle that." He looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" She leaned over and pointed to the map he had drawn. "You and Cassie can go to the tower. The two of us will enter the caverns, kill the terror, find Effie, and hide ourselves away until the end of the loop. Soul Reaper is the key to slaying that thing anyway, so we'll manage without you." Sonny listened to her with a grim expression and shook his head. "But you know close to nothing about the island. The two of you alone won't be enough, especially with how low on essence you are." Nephi smiled. "Who says that we'll be alone? We can take your Onyx Saint and Ravenous Fiend with us. You can also send one of your shadows to tag along. Once you unleash the Shadow Realm fragment, you'll be able to extend your senses to almost anywhere on the island, right? You can observe where we are and guide us with the help of the shadow. That will be enough." Sonny hesitated for a few moments. Neff's suggestion had merit. He was still not convinced that they would be able to survive the dread of Windflower on their own, but there was a chance, no matter how small. Sonny would most likely be able to guide them through the forest remotely. Cassie could share senses with either Nephi's or Jet too, to warn him should anything unexpected happen. In any case, there was not much of a choice. Even though he did not like the idea of sending both members of the cohort who could not remember the past events of the loop blindly into the mist, it was worth trying at least once. Cassie and Sonny, meanwhile, had the best chance of actually making it inside the tower. "Ah, I hate it." He shifted slightly, then nodded. "Right. You two go and kill the cavern terror then. If you give it half of the beating you gave me, it might just run away and hide in fear." Both Nephi's and Jet stared at him incredulously. After a few moments of silence, Jet asked, "When did we give you a beating?" Nephi's nodded and raised an eyebrow. "And why?" Sonny coughed and looked away. "Oh, don't worry about it. It was just a small misunderstanding. A couple revolutions ago anyway. There's no time to waste. We should hurry if we don't want to be discovered by undying slaughter. Come on, let's move." Soon, they left the chain breaker and separated. Accompanied by Saint and Fiend, Nephi's and Jet headed east toward the Bone Orchard. Sunny and Cassie, meanwhile, hurried north, toward the Seeker's Tower. Chapter 1442, Elusive Duo. Going straight to the tower might have saved Sunny and Cassie a lot of time, but it was also the most dangerous direction. Not only was undying slaughter prowling somewhere in the mist, but devouring beast was also not far away. There were other horrors waiting for them in the forest as well. Luckily, there might not have been a more elusive duo than Sunny and Cassie in Two Worlds. With the blind girl riding Nightmare, they could move swiftly in the darkness. Since she was sharing his senses, they did not need to carry a source of light with them, thus avoiding unnecessary attention. Sunny could detect most dangers far in advance, and Cassie's supernatural intuition warned them about those threats that could not be perceived that easily. Added to the extensive knowledge of the island that allowed them to avoid confrontations with its prisoners and advance inland stealthily. Of course, it would not have been possible without the fragment of the Shadow Realm. The silent understanding they shared also played a large role. At some point, Cassie patted Nightmare on the shoulder. The black stallion slowed down and then halted, standing motionlessly in the flowing mist. Sunny leaned against the trunk of an ancient pine and listened to the muffled sounds of the forest, focused and calm. "Do you sense a threat?" Cassie nodded. "Something is approaching." He swiped the surrounding woods with shadow sense but did not find anything. Nevertheless, the forest suddenly seemed more eerie than it had been before. Sunny frowned, contemplating which of the horrors of Misty Island could be lurking nearby. His expression dimmed. "Can we evade it?" The blind girl frowned, then hesitantly shook her head. "I don't think we can. There is not enough time." Sunny sighed and raised the sin of solace. "We fight then." It was a shame. He really thought that they would be able to reach the Seeker's Tower alive. Before Sunny could prepare himself for the inevitable and most likely fatal clash, Cassie was suddenly surrounded by a whirlwind of sparks. Even the familiar motes of light seemed dimmer in the darkness of the fragment. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, focusing on something, then said quietly, "We can't evade it, but we can try to lure it away." Soon, the blade mannequin echo weaved itself from light and hurried into the mist, intentionally producing a lot of noise. Cassie pointed in a different direction. "Let's go." They rushed away, wanting to create as much distance between themselves and the unseen danger as possible. Sunny kept tracing the echo with shadow sense. Less than a minute later, something strange happened to it. He still could not sense any movement in the shadows, but the blade mannequin suddenly halted. Its steel body convulsed, and then slowly rose above the ground, thrashing wildly. One of its arms fell into the moss, shattered and torn. Then another. This one took a moment more to land. Soon, pieces of torn metal rained from somewhere very high above. Sunny could not sense the shadow of the clockwork swordsman anymore. It was simply gone. A few seconds later, Cassie sighed. "The spell just announced that he is destroyed." Sunny was frowning as he ran. Fortunately, the poor echo had bought them enough time to slip away from whatever it was that had gotten the blade mannequin. They could have taken a safer but longer route. Perhaps he had been hasty in his decision to waste as little time as possible. Despite Sunny's doubts, they did reach the tower alive. Cassie had to sacrifice the Sybil Echo as well, but they made it to the heart of the island in one piece. Standing between the ancient pines at the edge of the killing field that surrounded the black cliff, the two of them remained silent for a while. Both were remembering the harrowing sight of the long tendrils descending from the mist to harvest their lives. That harvester, how do we avoid being noticed by it? Sunny had considered flying across the moat before, but now he did not dare to. The bridge seemed to be the only way, but even then, they would be in the open, or we can swim. Sonny glanced at the rushing water and suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Something told him that nothing could return from its depths alive. He contemplated for a few moments, then sighed. I can manipulate the mist to hide us from the harvester. We should be able to reach the bridge unseen. Cassie tilted her head a little. But can we cross the bridge? The figures of the frozen nightmare creatures suggested otherwise. Sonny studied the dark silhouettes with a grim expression, then concentrated on the black cliff itself. There are runes carved into the rock. Do you recognize them? If there was indeed an enchantment protecting the tower, then Cassie was the only one who could decipher it. Sonny knew a bit of runic sorcery as well, but his knowledge of it was nowhere near that of the blind seer. She did not answer for a while, thinking. Eventually, Cassie frowned. It is hard to say. We can only see a part of the inscription from here. Does it encircle the entire cliff? Sonny nodded. I've passed the tower from various directions in the past, and every time I saw these large runes carved into the cliff. Cassie lingered for a moment. Then let's not hurry to reach the bridge yet. We should circle the tower and study the runes first. They proceed with just that. Staying under the cover of the forest, Sonny and Cassie slowly moved around the black cliff. A few times, they had to retreat and hide, especially so when the familiar sounds of snapping trees resounded from the mist, informing them that devouring beast was wandering somewhere nearby. In the process, both of them observed the progress of the other party tensely. Miraculously, Nephi's and Jet emerged from the caverns alive. The two of them must have managed to slay the corrupted terror after all. Judging by how bloodied their armor was, the battle had been a terrible one. Nevertheless, there were no wounds under all that blood. They had already been healed by Nephi's. Saint and Fiend were also in one piece, although the latter seemed worse for wear. Guided by Sonny's shadow, Neph and Jet were now cautiously traversing the misty forest. Around the time they found Effie and were almost impaled on her spear, Sonny and Cassie finally returned to where they had started from. The blind girl dismounted and was now sitting on the ground, tracing unfamiliar runes in the wet soil. There was a frown on her face. Strange. Sonny waited for as long as he could, then finally asked, "Well, can you make sense of them? Is it an enchantment?" Cassie hesitated for a while. "It seems to be. However, it's unlike any enchantment I have ever seen before here in the tomb of Ariel, in the Kingdom of Hope, and anywhere across the dream realm." Her expression was suddenly troubled. "There are runes that do not seem to be a part of the enchantment as well. The spell does not translate them, so they are not exactly words. However, they are in a way. It's like a code or a puzzle, I guess." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Can you solve that puzzle?" Cassie nodded. "Yes, it's not particularly hard. Anyone knowledgeable in runic sorcery would be able to." He glanced at the black cliff, thought for a few moments, and asked, "So what do these runes say?" The blind girl hesitated. "It's a bit strange. I don't quite understand the meaning, but if I'm reading it correctly, they say—" Cassie remained silent for a bit, then turned to him and shrugged. "I am the tower that Alethea of the Nine built." Chapter 1443, Cutting a Mountain. Sonny remained silent for a while, looking at the blind girl with a strange expression. Alethea of the Nine. The words sounded familiar. He had met a person with a similar name a long, long time ago. The young awakened swordsman from his first nightmare, the one whom he called Hero. The spell had called him Oro of the Nine. Was it a coincidence or something more? Sonny frowned. What did he really know about Hero? Not much. Hero had been alive during the twilight of the Golden Age, not long before the Doom War started. He was a soldier of a militant empire which worshipped war god and had conquered many lands. He was a warrior of considerable skill and had already awakened at his young age. Now that Sonny knew how long it took one to awaken without the assistance of the spell, that fact seemed even more impressive. But Sonny had known that Oro of the Nine was not a simple person all along. not because of his skill and talent, but simply because of all the people in the nightmare. He was the only one whose name the spell remembered. That alone told Sunny that Oro was special. The spell appraised Sunny's performance in the first nightmare as glorious, which meant that he had deviated from the natural course of events to a great degree. What would have happened to Oro if Sunny had never taken the place of the nameless temple slave? The slave would have died, most likely, while the young swordsman would have survived. If he lived on and escaped the mountain pass, what fate would have awaited him in the future? And there was one more detail. What was it that he said to justify killing me? Right before their fateful confrontation, Oro had said something peculiar. Something about how he would have gladly faced the Mountain King to let Sunny escape if his life belonged to him alone. But it did not, because the young swordsman had sworn to fulfill an unencompassable duty of some sort. He couldn't allow himself to die because of it. What was the duty Oro had spoken of? And why was the name of another person of the 9 inscribed on the base of the Seeker's Tower? Who were the 9? Sunny took a deep breath and glanced at Cassie. What do you think it means? The blind girl remained silent for a moment. Alethea must be the name of the Seeker who used to live on this island. He or she was proficient in sorcery, it seems. Other than that, it's hard to say, Sunny sighed. Have you ever heard of the 9? He did not really expect a positive answer, but to his surprise, Cassie hesitantly nodded. I might have. If I remember correctly, Nephi's mentioned once that she had met someone with the same title. Sunny blinked. Huh, how would Neph have met one of the 9? It must have been in her second nightmare. If that was the case, then these 9 seemed to have a habit of popping up in many nightmares. Just who were they, or had been more precisely? Shaking his head, Sunny made a mental note to ask Nephi's about the person she had met and turned his attention to the tower. All right. So this Alethea was the master of Wind Flower and left a powerful enchantment to protect the tower. Cassie shook her head lightly. The island might not have been called Wind Flower back then. It's just a name by which people of fallen grace call it today. When the Seeker resided here, it was probably called Alethea's Island or something like that. Sunny shrugged. Whatever. In any case, how do we break the enchantment? He thought for a few moments, then asked. Will destroying some of the runes work? Cassie remained silent for a while. Not just any runes, but if the key ones are erased, the enchantment will fall apart. I can identify the ones we need to destroy. Sunny raised an eyebrow. I thought you said that you couldn't make sense of this strange enchantment. The blind girl smiled. That's true. I wouldn't be able to recreate it, but breaking it is much easier than that. Nevertheless, don't be too encouraged. The runes are carved deep, and there are certainly measures in place to protect them. We'll have to shatter the entire slope of the cliff to erase them. He chuckled. Leave that to me. I might not be able to cut a mountain with one slash of my sword, but breaking a cliff or two shouldn't be a problem. Cassie nodded and fell silent, concentrating on identifying the key runes of the enchantment. Sunny, meanwhile, studied the black cliff. A long time passed. On the far side of the island, Nephi's Jet and Effie had hidden among the cliffs and shared a meal. Sunny watched them through the shadow and listened to the calming flow of their conversation. Neph was holding the guiding light, explaining how it had been found in the lost temple of fallen grace. Finally, Cassie was done with her task. The two of them moved stealthily around the black cliff and reached the spot where the string of most vulnerable runes was located. There, destroy that section. She pointed to where Sunny needed to strike, but he shook his head. Not yet. They had to wait a little longer. After about an hour, Sunny took a deep breath and rose. A whirlwind of scarlet sparks danced around his hand, forming into a black bow. He raised it and held the string. At the same time, somewhere outside the mist, the 7 suns were plunging into the great river. It was dusk. As the crown of twilight opened his soul to a flood of essence, Sunny drew the bow and activated its most powerful enchantment, Death Dealer. Usually, he would not have been able to use it more than a few times in a row. The strain on his essence reserves was simply too great. But right now, it did not matter. Releasing the string, he sent a black arrow flying. Then, without wasting even a second, Sonny grunted and drew the bow again. The second and third arrows streaked through the darkness before the first one even hit the target. Then, the silence of wind flower suddenly exploded into a deafening roar of breaking stone. It was as though a furious storm suddenly descended, with booming thunderclaps shaking the world. Black arrows struck the face of the cliff one after another, 1, 2, 3, 10. Despite how harrowing the force of these strikes was, the weathered black rock held, for a while. Gradually, a net of thin cracks appeared on its surface. Then the cracks widened. Not long after that, small shards of broken stone shot into the air. Finally, the side of the cliff exploded and collapsed, tons of black stone falling into the turbulent waters of the wide moat. Sonny lowered his bow and swayed a little, utterly spent. His breathing was ragged. By his side, Cassie clenched her delicate fists in excitement. It worked. The enchantment is failing. Sonny lingered for a moment. Yeah, I can see. Crap. There was no thrill in his voice. Out there on the bridge, the harrowing abominations that had been motionless before were already starting to move. Chapter 1444. New ways to die. Not only were the nightmare creatures on the bridge coming back to life, but the thunderous noise created by Sonny's arrows had to have attracted all kinds of abominations from the depths of the island. The enchantment surrounding Alethia's tower might have been destroyed, but the situation was dire. He could already hear the pines falling in the forest, which meant that devouring beast was approaching them. Damnation. Sonny stared at the stirring nightmare creatures for a moment, then dismissed his bow and dashed to Cassie. Sorry. Grabbing the blind girl by her thin waist, he effortlessly lifted her off the ground and jumped into the saddle. A moment later, Nightmare had already left the cover of the trees and was flying toward the bridge. Sonny. What? The mist boiled and surged into the killing field, obscuring the swift silhouette of the black stallion. Sonny hoped that this would protect them from the being that hid in the skies, but he couldn't be sure. Pressing Cassie against himself so that she was not thrown off Nightmare's back, he readied the sin of solace. Either we get inside the tower or die, so hold on tight. The abominations on the bridge had already caught their scent. Sonny had hoped to slip past them before the creatures fully regained their senses, but it seemed that he had been too optimistic. There was only a second or two left before Nightmare reached the moat, and yet there was already a great nightmare creature eyeing them as it blocked the way. Curse it! At the last second, Sonny gave his steed a command to turn left. At the same time, the deep darkness surrounding them stirred and came alive, surging forward like a tide. Just when Nightmare would have plunged into the rushing water, the darkness solidified, turning into a tangible surface. A bridge built of shadow had appeared to the side of the stone bridge, and they were already crossing it. Sonny saw something fly at him from the direction of the great abomination and lashed out with the sin of solace. The impact was powerful enough to almost tear his arm off, but he did manage to deflect it. A moment later, they were past the nightmare creatures. Sonny even imagined that they could actually make it. But then, something was wrong. The further Nightmare advanced across the moat, the worse Sonny felt. His body had somehow turned weak and frail. His thoughts turned cloudy. What is happening? Cassie's golden hair, which was flying into his face a moment before, was now white for some reason. Pressed against him, her body felt unnaturally thin and fragile. The sin of solace slid out of his grip and fell into the water. Looking down in confusion, Sonny stared at his hand. His skin had turned wrinkly and translucent, like that of an old man. It was just like Anank's hand when he had first seen her. His teeth felt loose in his gums, as if ready to fall out. Sonny, Cassie's faint voice was almost too quiet to hear. The other side of the moat was so close, But before they could reach it, Sonny's vision suddenly turned blurry. Then he was standing on the deck of the chain breaker once again. Turning slowly, Sonny looked at Cassie. The blind girl was standing behind him, shivering. Her beautiful face was deathly pale, but her hair, it was golden once again. He slumped against the railing, let out a shaky breath, and forced out a smile. "I guess we really do have to use the bridge," she nodded slowly. "Yes, let's try to make it this time." Sonny had always wanted to die of old age, but definitely not in such a cruel manner. It seemed that his previous suspicion that diving into the moat would be lethal was correct. However, as it turned out, passing above it was just as deadly. "At least now, I know that masters can die of old age too." It was actually an interesting piece of information. It was common knowledge that awakened had longer lifespans than mundane humans, but no one really knew by how much. The spell had only descended on the waking world around half a century ago, after all, and it took a while for the first ascended to appear. The first saints appeared even later, after Sonny had been born. I'll put it in my exploration report. If we ever make it out alive. Not letting the eerie death slow them down, Sonny and Cassie made another attempt to enter Alethia's tower. In the end, it took them a dozen more revolutions to succeed. Getting near the water flowing in the moat was a death sentence, since time around it went utterly insane. Flying was suicidal because of the harvester, so the only way to reach the black cliff was to cross the stone bridge. However, the nightmare creatures trapped on it were too deadly. As soon as the enchantment was destroyed, they were released from its hold and turned their attention to the two humans. Sonny and Cassie tried fighting them and perished. Then, they tried to evade them but were caught and killed. Eventually, it was Sonny who came up with a way to deal with the abominations. With devouring beast on their heels and the nightmare creatures in front of him, he simply made sure that the former and the latter collided with each other before they caught him and Cassie. Then, while the bestial giantess was dismantling the dreadful abominations behind them, Sonny and Cassie stealthily ascended the steps cut into the cliff. There was more deadly magic on those steps, but after dying to it several times, they finally found a way to reach the tower. Finally, they stood in front of its gates. They were shut tightly, and even if Sonny had a key, there was no lock to insert it. Luckily, he was already familiar with this type of door. Placing his hand on the surface of the gate, he sent his essence flowing into it. The ancient door opened slowly. Hearing a furious roar chase after them from the bottom of the cliff, Sonny did not waste any time. Grabbing Cassie's hand, he entered Alethia's tower and pulled the blind girl inside. Chapter 1445. Inside the tower, as soon as Sonny shut the gate behind them, the terrifying roar that had been approaching was cut off. A few moments later, the tower seemed to shake a little, as if something had crashed into its walls. However, apart from a little dust that fell from the ceiling, nothing happened. They seemed to be safe. From the threats outside, at least. Letting out a sigh of relief, Sonny took a step back and looked around. His eyes narrowed a little. Well, that is unexpected. He had wondered about what the interior of Alethia's tower would look like a lot. In his mind, there were two possibilities. Either it would be perfectly preserved and full of tantalizing knowledge, or serve as the lair for the most harrowing abomination yet. The truth was that it was both and neither at the same time. From what Sonny could tell, the interior of the tower had once been austere but elegant. None of that elegance remained. However, at some point, a dreadful nightmare creature had made its way inside. He was currently staring at that nightmare creature. Its torso was hanging from the ceiling, terribly mutilated and seeping with black blood. The creature's revolting skull was crushed, and one of its arms was severed at the elbow. A vast and utterly disgusting puddle of blood, viscera, and brain matter covered most of the floor. Looking at the corpse of the gargantuan, vaguely humanoid creature, Sonny couldn't help but feel a sense of deep, primal terror. Alethia's tower had indeed become the lair of a dreadful abomination. However, the abomination was dead. Cassie was observing the corpse too. She seemed unnerved. After hesitating for a few moments, the blind girl said quietly, It was a great tyrant." Sunny gulped. "Why the hell is there a great tyrant in our third nightmare even? That has to be against the rules. And why was there something capable of mutilating a great tyrant to such a degree here as well? What was that damned spell thinking?" Shaking his head, Sunny studied their surroundings. Now that he had some time, he noticed signs of a terrible battle. Everything inside the tower had been obliterated, turning into piles of splinters and rubble. Here and there, the corpses of the tyrant's minions could be seen, turned into bloody mush. Was the thing that had killed them still inside? It had to be, considering the nature of the loop. But then, why were the gates of the tower locked? Why was the enchantment intact? How was it even possible? Walking over to the puddle of the tyrant's blood, Sunny knelt and touched it. His expression was troubled. "It's cold." The creature had not been killed recently. Had it been dead for as long as the loop existed? He glanced at Cassie. "What does your intuition tell you?" She frowned. "A flea." Then the blind girl sighed and pointed up. "There is danger somewhere above us." Sunny grimaced and rose to his feet. He considered summoning Nightmare back, but then decided against it. The black steed would not be able to move freely in the narrow confines of the tower, so it was up to him and Cassie to find out the truth. "Well, I am not going to flee after dying so many damn times to get here," she nodded. "I agree." Trying to stay away from the dreadful corpse, they found the stairs and cautiously ascended to the next floor of the tower. There, they saw more signs of the battle that had taken place here. In fact, it seemed that the clash between the tyrant and whatever it was that had killed it had mostly taken place on the higher floors. Sunny could tell just by looking up. Starting from the second floor, there were no ceilings anymore. Tall piles of stone debris were all around them. It seemed that the great tyrant had crashed through the floors of many levels before finally ending up hanging dead from the ceiling of the first one. Sadly, most of the interior of the tower had been destroyed in the process. Sunny glanced at Cassie, then sighed and started climbing. The blind girl followed by holding the hilt of the quiet dancer, which gently lifted her in the air. They slowly ascended past the destroyed portion of the tower before finally arriving at the second-to-last level. Here, a chunk of the floor still remained, leading to a narrow staircase. The battle seemed to have never reached the last level, so the ceiling was intact. Sunny could not tell what was above them. But he knew only the highest window of the tower was emanating light, so the source of that light had to be on the last floor. The source of the terrible danger Cassie felt was also there. "Stay behind me." Moving forward to protect the blind girl with his body, Sunny put his foot on the first step and started ascending the stairs. He felt wary and apprehensive, scared, even. After experiencing so many painful deaths, it was only natural for his body to be afraid of another one. Even if he understood that he would be brought back to life by the loop, his body didn't. "Let's just get it over with." Arriving in front of an engraved wooden door, Sunny hesitated for a moment, then sighed and opened it. Bright light washed over him the next instant. There was a faint smell of incense in the air. Taking a step forward, Sunny shielded his eyes with a hand and extended his shadow sense forward. He had expected to find a dreadful abomination waiting for the inside. But to his surprise, there was no movement at all. Lowering his hand, he looked at the final floor of Alethia's tower. It consisted of one large chamber. There were lanterns floating in the air all around it, emanating a warm glow. A pleasant smell of incense permeated the air. The interior of the chamber was perfectly intact. A few pieces of simple but tasteful wooden furniture stood on the tiled floor. "Sunny." Cassie pointed to the far side of the spacious room. There, a wide bed stood, surrounded by a half-transparent silk canopy. And on that bed a beautiful woman in an archaic robe was laying, her chest rising and falling steadily. She was fast asleep. Chapter 1446, Windflower. Both Sunny and Cassie froze, bewildered by the strange scene. Surely I'm seeing things. This was Windflower, a misty hell where harrowing abominations and defiled saints were imprisoned, not even knowing that they were. A place that slowly devoured the souls of great nightmare creatures until there was nothing left but empty husks, the abandoned stronghold of an ancient seeker who had left to challenge the estuary. How could there be someone sleeping soundly in its very heart? Sunny suppressed the desire to pinch himself. He also suppressed the desire to pinch Cassie. Hey, you see what I see, right? As soon as he spoke, Sunny suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him and covered his mouth with a hand. Shaking off his bewilderment, he reminded himself where they were and why they had come here. Cassie had said that there was a source of terrible danger at the top of Alethia's tower, but there was only this sleeping woman, which meant that she was that source. What if his voice woke her up? The blind girl nodded slowly and answered in a whisper, "I do." Sunny lingered for a few moments. Is this Alethia? Indeed, that would be the most rational guess. They were standing in the tower built by Alethia of the Nine, after all. So who else could it be? Cassie shook her head. It shouldn't be. The seeker who lived on this island is said to have left it a long, long time ago, before the defilement was even born. Of course, the information I received from the people of fallen grace might be wrong, she frowned. But it is said that only the Serpent King has been able to come to Windflower and return alive. I honestly don't see how any human could have survived this place, let alone how they would have ended up sleeping peacefully at the top floor of this tower. Sunny studied the figure of the sleeping woman tensely, then rubbed his face tiredly. Then who the hell is she? The blind girl remained silent for a while. Eventually, though, she answered, "Actually, I have a theory." Cassie hesitated for a moment, then said, I think she is Windflower." Sunny stared at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" "She is a personification of this island." The blind girl shook her head. "No, remember, nobody knows where the name Windflower came from. However, I noticed something strange about the guiding light. It continued pointing to the center of the island even after we landed, right?" Sunny nodded. Cassie sighed. "I was also able to make it point to you, Neff, and Effie, but not Jet. I puzzled over how it worked for a long time. And after a while, I started to suspect that it's because Jet doesn't have a true name, or at least I don't know what her true name is. Indeed, Soul Reaper was simply Jet's nickname, not her true name. Actually, even Sunny did not know if she had one." The blind girl, meanwhile, continued. "I got that idea actually after we saw Devouring Beast. The guiding light only points to Effie and not her. That is strange, considering that they are the same person. Only. I think that once somebody becomes corrupted, their very nature starts to change. So they lose their true name, or maybe it changes as well." She studied the walls of the spacious chamber and said, "I think that if we had the guiding light and asked it to point us to Windflower, it would have pointed directly at this woman." Sunny frowned, then asked quietly, "All right, let's say that you are correct. Still, the question remains. Who the hell is this Windflower?" Cassie suddenly coughed and looked away in embarrassment. "That, I don't know." He stared at her in confusion. "Then why the hell did she go on and on about the guiding light, true names, and all that? We are exactly where we started this conversation." Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and asked, "So, what do we do now? We wanted to come here to find a way to escape Windflower, Alethia's island, whatever this place is actually called. Do we just wake her up and hope that she's not some terrifying, defiled abomination?" Cassie shook her head. "Not defiled. She is a transcendent human, a saint." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "How do you know?" The blind girl raised an eyebrow. "How do you not know? I used my dormant ability to read her runes. You can do whatever it is you do to look inside people." He blinked a couple of times. Right, he could do that. Shifting his perception, he peered into the soul of the sleeping woman. She had a single radiant core, its brightness similar in intensity to that of a fully saturated transcendent soul core. However, his expression dimmed. At the very heart of the beautiful radiance, almost unnoticeable, there was a tiny seed of encroaching darkness. It was small and insignificant for now, but Sunny knew that it would grow, because that was how corruption was. It spread and consumed everything until there was nothing pure left. The woman might not be defiled yet, but she was going to be soon. She won't, though. The thought appeared in Sunny's mind almost on its own. He contemplated its meaning for a few moments, then tilted his head slightly. Right, she won't. For as long as the woman remained on Alethia's island inside the loop, she was not going to be corrupted if she could hold out for a single day. At the end of the day, the time would rewind itself, and whatever progress the vile darkness had made would be erased. Therefore, for her, this island was like a sanctuary. Was that why she was here? It had to be. But who is she? Sunny sighed, then looked at Cassie and hesitated for a moment. So, are we really going to wake her up? The blind girl shrugged. What's the worst that can happen? Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. What? Why on earth would you say that? You of all people should know not to. He suddenly fell silent, afraid that his furious whisper would wake up the sleeping woman. However, he did not have to worry. She remained peacefully asleep. In fact, nothing they did seemed to wake her up. By the time the revolution ended, it had become apparent that the mysterious woman's slumber was not a natural one. Instead, it seemed eternal. Chapter 1447 Different Approach. So, what do we do now? The cohort was hidden between the cliffs on the northern side of the island. Effie was pillaging the covetous coffer while Jet and Nephi sat tiredly on the ground. They had taken point in the battle against the cavern terror, but strangely enough, Sunny and Cassie seemed more drained. The blind girl shook her head in dejection. I'm not sure. They had just shared their findings. The method to infiltrate Alethia's tower, the remains of a slain great tyrant, the sleeping woman on the top floor, and how they had failed to wake her up. Sunny was in a grim mood. They had wasted so much time and effort but had nothing to show for it. The escape from the island seemed just as impossible as it had before. Curse it. He remained silent for a few moments, then glanced at Nephi's. There was something gnawing at him. Cassie said that you've met one of the 9. That question held no real importance for their current situation, but he felt curious. Perhaps knowing more about the former master of the island could help them think of a new solution. Neph looked at him with a hint of surprise. Yes, I did. Sunny did not react much to her confirmation. Was it in your second nightmare? He was more or less certain of it, but unexpectedly Nephi shook her head. No. I met him in the nightmare desert. Everyone was confused by her answer, Effie, and Jet because they did not know who the 9 were, Sunny and Cassie because they did. How could a person from the ancient past of the dream realm be alive in the present day? Noticing their confusion, Nephi's explained. When I first entered the nightmare desert, I found 2 skeletons nailed to a mystical tree. One called himself Azarax the Mighty, and the other called himself Uries of the 9. I got the impression that they were left on that tree as punishment. She paused for a moment, then added quietly. That Uries, he told me that he was a humble slave who had angered the gods by slitting the throat of one of them. I'm not sure if his words can be trusted, though. To me, it seemed like he had been a high-ranking soldier of the demon army. In any case, I took him off the tree, and he guided me to the underworld. We parted not long before I entered the nightmare. Sunny stared at her in bewilderment. Well, that is a wild story. 2 talking skeletons nailed to a tree. Sure, the nightmare desert is full of old bones that refuse to stay dead. However, none of those I've seen ever spoke to me. For a moment, he remembered visiting Neff's dream right after she had returned from her second nightmare. Had there not been a terrible tree there with 2 figures cruelly nailed to its trunk? And what was it about slitting a god's throat? Surely that was a play on words. Right, interesting. Oro had been a soldier of the war god's empire. However, this Yuri seemed to have participated in the Doom War on the side of the demons. Alethea, meanwhile, had come to the tomb of Ariel, perhaps the only place where the war had never reached. Just what was he supposed to make of it? If there was one unfortunate conclusion Sonny had to make, it was that knowing about Yuri's of the Nine did not help him at all. Alethea's island still seemed inescapable. The tower, which had been their hope for the last dozen or so revolutions, seemed to be a dead end. Cassie let out a heavy sigh. We should probably try to wake up that woman again. If nothing helps, although I don't like it, we might want to try attacking her. Sonny raised an eyebrow. You want to kill her? The blind girl frowned, remained silent for a few moments, then said quietly, If that is what it takes, I do. He was somewhat surprised. Cassie had changed more than he had thought. The shy girl he had known on the Forgotten Shore would have never thought of killing a bystander without provocation, even if it could help her. Or rather, she would not have thought of it if given another choice. Well, why am I surprised? The past years had changed all of them. Sonny was not the same person he had been on the Forgotten Shore. He hoped that it was for the best. Cassie would not have stayed the same either. He sighed. Actually, we don't need to wake her. Everyone looked at him questioningly. After a few moments of silence, Neff's eyes shifted slightly. Do you mean? Sonny nodded. He had visited Neff's dream once, so he could visit the sleeping woman's dreams as well. That way they would not need to wake her. It was all thanks to Nightmare and one of his abilities, Dreamwalker. It allowed the dreadful steed to travel through dreams and take his master with him. Yeah, I can get Nightmare to transport me into this woman's dreams. Perhaps she will tell me something that can help us escape the island. The others looked at him somberly. After a while, Jet asked, Are you sure you want to visit the mind of a saint who is slowly being corrupted, Sonny? It might be dangerous. Effie nodded. Listen, Sonny, I'm sure that you've visited the dreams of many a young lady even without the help of that scary horse of yours, but this is different. This defilement, you guys think that it spread simply through knowing a secret, right? What if you learn that secret in her dream? Sonny shrugged. It's not that I want to do it, it's that I have to. Don't worry too much, I'll be careful. He still had the mirror of truth. If push came to shove, he would use it to copy Neff's longing and get Nightmare to carry him away from the mysterious saint's dream as fast as possible. It actually sounded like a plan. He nodded. Then it's decided. Cassie and I will go to Alethea's tower again come the next revolution. And hopefully this time we won't leave empty-handed. Chapter 1448. A beautiful dream. Finding themselves back on the deck of the chain breaker, Cassie and Sonny did not waste any time. After bringing Jet back, they sent her and Neff's to find Effie. Then they hurried toward Alethea's tower. By now, traversing this area of the misty forest had become a routine for them. They knew just where to go and when. Nevertheless, both of Cassie's echoes had to be sacrificed along the way. Now that they did not have to study the runes cut into the black cliff, there was even some time to rest while they waited for dusk. Hidden away from the killing field surrounding the tower, they shared a haphazard meal and waited. Sonny studied Cassie's face in the darkness. She seemed calm and collected, but he knew that she had to be struggling to stay sane just as much as he had struggled after living through his own first few revolutions. Alethea's island was just too cruel and harrowing of a hell. In fact, Sonny was not sure what his mental state would have been if Cassie had not joined him in the knowledge of the loop. Having someone steady to share the burden was truly a blessing. Perhaps that was the reason the blind girl seemed less affected by the gruesome things they had lived through here. Unlike him, she had always had a partner to support her. Still, he hesitated for a moment, then asked, "How are you doing?" Cassie smiled. Her smile was faint and fleeting, just like it had been ever since their meeting in Fallen Grace. "I am fine." Sonny wanted her to say more, but Cassie kept herself closed off. It was strange, really. There had been a time when they were close as siblings, and a time when they were like strangers. The ice between them thawed eventually, but it took Sunny a long time to want to mend their relationship. Now that he was trying, though, Cassie seemed unwilling. He simply did not know what was happening in that head of hers. Actually, he suspected that no one knew, even Nephi's, who was the closest to the blind girl, could not tell what Cassie was thinking. Perhaps that was the curse of being a seer. Sunny sighed. I am way too oblivious about these things to navigate through such a mess. But he had to try at least. Well, if you want to talk about it, I'm here. Cassie nodded. Thank you, it means a lot. However, it seemed as if she was thinking about something else. Shaking his head slightly, Sunny rose and summoned his bow. It's almost time. They destroyed the enchantment protecting Alethia's tower, led devouring beasts to the released nightmare creatures, and slipped past them. Ascending the stone steps, they opened the gate of the tower and hid inside, then climbed to its top floor. Finally, Sunny and Cassie arrived at Windflower's chamber. Everything here was the same. Calling upon Nightmare, Sunny approached the perfectly preserved bed and looked at the woman sleeping on it through the half-transparent canopy. The mysterious saint was a rare beauty without a doubt. Her dark skin was smooth and dewy without a single blemish on it. The lines of her exquisite face were soft and lovely. Her wavy hair was like glistening black silk, while her archaic robe was of a rich azure color with vivid white accents. As she dreamt, her expression was vulnerable and innocent. It was a captivating sight. Sunny found it hard not to let his heart be moved as he looked at the sleeping beauty. The world itself seemed warmer and softer around her, as if caressed by a gentle wind. He sighed. I'm going. Cassie, you stay safe, please. With that, he took a step back and dissolved into the shadows. Nightmare was already waiting for him in their embrace. His vast form wrapped itself around Sunny, and then they were somewhere else. And yet they were exactly where they had been. Sunny was still on the top floor of Alethia's tower. However, it looked different. The wide bed was empty. Cassie was nowhere to be seen. The floating lanterns were gone. Instead, the chamber was drowned in bright light that poured through the windows. Nightmare had to hide in the deep shadows in the corner of the spacious room to avoid it. That's not right. Since when was Alethia's island so bright? Wary, Sunny slowly walked to the window and looked outside. His eyes narrowed slightly. Below him was the familiar island. However, it had changed entirely. The suffocating mist was gone, revealing the beautiful green expanse of the pine forest. The trees bathed in warm sunlight, swaying slightly in the wind. Here and there, clear streams flowed. The killing field surrounding the tower was drowning in flowers. The stone bridge was empty, with no nightmare creatures in sight. In fact, without the mist, Sunny was supposed to see the towering figure of devouring beast wandering the forest. However, she was nowhere to be seen. There was no harrowing creature in the clear blue sky either. Alethia's island seemed utterly devoid of danger. Instead, it seemed like a tranquil, beautiful, and peaceful place, a paradise. This is her dream. Sunny knew that he was inside a dream. However, the space around him did not seem like one. It was much more solid, defined, and permanent than the few dreams he had visited in the past. What the hell is going on? It's a wonderful day, isn't it? That voice. Sunny flinched and turned around. A woman had just entered the chamber carrying a bouquet of fresh flowers. It was her, the beautiful sleeping saint of Alethia's tower. She was awake, or rather in her dream she was. Sunny took an involuntary step back. Despite how lovely the woman was, he couldn't help but feel wary of her. His voice was slightly hoarse. Who are you? The beautiful saint raised an eyebrow and smiled. Me, I am Windflower. Then a hint of amusement appeared on her charming face. But why are you asking, and why? Are you here again? Chapter 1449, Left Behind Windflower. So Cassie was right. Windflower was the true name of the mysterious saint in front of him, and after the memories of the original master of the island Alethia had disappeared from the memory of the river people, they started calling this place after its current resident. In time, Even that knowledge was erased by time and the collapse of the river people's civilization. All that remained was a name that had lost all meaning. Everyone who remembered Windflower were gone, and yet the person to whom that name belonged remained, trapped in a dream that lay in the heart of Alethia's island. However, Sunny was caught by surprise because of something else the beautiful saint said. He suppressed the desire to take another step back, frowned, and said tensely, "I am asking because I don't know, and I am here in hope of finding a way to escape this island. But again, why did you say that I am here again?" Windflower studied his face for a few moments, still smiling. Her gaze lingered at the crown of twilight, then shifted away. Letting out a melodious chuckle, she walked to a beautiful porcelain vase and put the bouquet of wild flowers she had been holding inside. Then she let out a sigh. "I see. This is our first meeting. How exciting!" Sunny was not convinced. Why would Windflower act as though she had recognized him? It could only mean one of two things. He hesitated for a moment. "Are you not affected by the loop?" she shrugged. "My body is, but my consciousness isn't. Here in this dream palace I am free to live my days in peace." Her smile dimmed a little, and a hint of darkness appeared in her beautiful azure eyes. "I must admit, though, young man, you have rather poor manners. Not only have you intruded upon a lady's dream without an invitation, but you've also neglected to introduce yourself. I feel at a disadvantage." Sunny coughed. "Ah. Please accept my sincere apology, Saint Windflower. I'm not exactly familiar with the etiquette of visiting people's dreams. My name is Sunless." If she is not beholden to the loop, then she had indeed met Sunny before, which of course was impossible. This was definitely his first time entering the dream palace where Windflower's soul resided. Either Sunny had spent much longer on Alethia's island than he had suspected, somehow losing his memories of becoming aware of the loop the first time around, or she had mistaken him for the Mad Prince. The latter was much more probable and also meant that the odious madman had visited the island in the past. But why? And what had he spoken with Windflower about? What was the bastard scheming? Mysterious, all of it was so mysterious. Sunny had so many questions, but would Windflower answer his questions? Was she a friend or was she a foe? He hesitated. The beautiful saint, meanwhile, looked at him in confusion. "Saint Windflower." "Why do you call me a saint?" Sunny blinked. "Right. The people of the waking world used the word saint to denote those awakened who had conquered the third nightmare and transcended. A native of the dream realm would not recognize the term." He scratched his head. "It's just what my people call transcendence. A honorific, I guess." Windflower smiled. "Ah, I see. Well, Sunless, it is very nice to meet you. You are the second person to visit me in all this time. Very few beings possess the ability to travel through dreams, you know." Sunny nodded. "To be fair, I don't possess such an ability. It's my horse who does." Windflower looked into the corner where Nightmare was hiding among the shadows. Her pleasant smile widened a little. "I've noticed. It's certainly extravagant to use a terror as a steed. You must be quite powerful to have the loyalty of such a creature, Sunless, and to wear that crown." Sunny hesitated for a moment, then briefly touched the crown of twilight. His expression was complicated. Did she know what the crown of twilight was because she had seen the Mad Prince wear it? He asked cautiously, "You recognize it, my lady?" The beautiful saint studied him for a while, a small smile playing on her soft lips. Then she laughed. "How could I not? Ah, let me introduce myself properly. I am Windflower of the Twilight Sea. King Daron, the Serpent King, is my father, or rather he was. Considering that you are wearing the memory of his crown, Sunless, he must have died by your hand." Time seemed to slow down for Sunny. He stared at the beautiful saint, the princess, silently, not knowing what to do. "So, I am her father's killer." That was not ideal, to say the least. He had already been wary of Windflower, and knowing that there was blood between them only made that wariness grow. Who would want to stand in front of a mysterious, partially corrupted saint after slaying her father? Of course, Daron of the Twilight Sea had already succumbed to corruption himself by the time Sunny killed him, so there was no rational reason for the enchanting princess to hate him. But when had people even been rational? Wait a minute. There was another revelation in what she had said. Windflower easily identified the crown of twilight as a memory, which meant that she knew about the spell. Was its carrier, most likely? Sunny's eyes narrowed. Well, of course she is. If she was Daron's daughter, then she was not one of the river people. Instead, she was a challenger of this nightmare, just like Sunny. No, not quite. Only masters could challenge the third nightmare. And since she was a saint, she had either achieved transcendence inside the tomb of Ariel or had come inside with her father in order to guide the future challengers with him. Noticing Sunny's unease, Windflower smiled. I see you are starting to get it. Indeed, I am not the real Princess Windflower. I am merely a copy of her conjured by the nightmare spell. She is long dead by now, I think. And yet I remain. Sunny's face paled. This was the first time he had met an inhabitant of a nightmare who was aware of their nature. He didn't quite know how to behave in front of her. Was this Windflower dead or alive? Was she real or not? Was she a mere echo of a real person, or a true living being created by the spell for the duration of the nightmare? Windflower sighed, glanced at the crown of twilight one more time, and walked over to the window. Gazing at the beautiful vista of this dreamy version of Alethia's island, she spoke. Back then, my father and his most loyal warriors braved the white desert and entered the tomb of Ariel. I was one of them. Our goal was to imprint our souls into the great river, so that when challengers entered this nightmare, there was someone to help them conquer it. She sighed lightly. It was a gamble, of course. A desperate one, considering that our world was dying. It was already being consumed by the dream realm, and despite all our struggles, we had failed to rise to the challenge of the spell. My father was the only supreme of our people, and there was not going to be another, at least not in time to turn the tide of destruction. So he came up with a plan to raise an army of transcendent warriors in this unique nightmare. Windflower's shoulders fell. That plan failed as well. Sunny was staring at her with wide eyes, his thoughts in turmoil. What wait? Taking a step forward, he raised his hands and asked, his voice hoarse. Wait, your world, being consumed by the dream realm. What do you mean? The beautiful saint turned and looked at him in surprise. Her enchanting azure eyes were full of confusion. Then she smiled. Shaking her head, Windflower chuckled and said, her words sending Sunny's mind reeling. What? Did you think that yours was the only world that the nightmare spell infected, sunless? Of course not. There were others. Yours is not the first. She lingered for a moment, then added with a hint of amusement. However, it will be the last. Chapter 1457th Realm. Sunny was reeling from the sudden deluge of impossible knowledge that Windflower had so casually shared with him. The relationship between the waking world and the dream realm. The vague theories about the nightmare spell he and Nephi's had discussed. Everything he knew was suddenly upturned. He remained silent for a while, then weakly raised a hand, summoned the shadow chair, and sat down. Watching him, the beautiful saint tilted her head slightly and laughed. What an interesting memory. Walking away from the window, she found a chair of her own, then picked up an elegant porcelain kettle and poured fragrant tea into 2 cups. Sunny took a deep breath. I did think that my world, we call it the waking world, was the only one infected by nightmare spell. Oh, I was never sure, though. Windflower pushed one of the cups toward him and shook her head. It seems that your people are less knowledgeable about the past than mine were. But we were rather ignorant as well. Still, we knew that there were many realms before the end war. Some were connected to each other, some were far apart. Some were considered mortal realms, while some were considered divine. Each of the gods had a realm of their own. She looked into the window and took a sip of tea. The mortal realms were where the war between the demons and the gods took place. By the end of it, most of them had been turned into desolate graveyards. They have become the core of the dream realm where corruption reigns. Sonny forced his hand to remain steady as he raised his cup and tasted Windflower's tea. It was pleasant and soothing, but left a tinge of bitterness on his tongue. Of course, it made sense. The dream realm had always seemed like a patchwork world, with different regions of it inexplicably possessing different skies, celestial bodies, and even laws. The forgotten shore, the chained isles, the hollow mountains, the nightmare desert, they did seem more like different worlds that had been roughly smashed together than natural parts of a single whole. He took a deep breath. What about the divine realms? The beautiful saint smiled. Those were left untouched by the war. Even after the gods died, their realms remained. They were isolated from the mortal ones and each other as well, and so were left untouched by the spreading corruption, at least for a while. Naturally, there were 6 of them. Sonny did not say anything, prompting Windflower to continue. The world where I come from was one of those 6 realms. It is similar to the Great River, actually, a beautiful world covered entirely by water, with countless islands rising from it like gems. A world of storms, winds, and stars. Well, it was before. By now it must have been consumed by the dream realm already. Sonny's hand finally trembled. Bringing the cup to his lips, he lingered for a moment, then asked, "What? What do you mean, consumed?" Windflower leaned back in her chair and sighed. "From your reaction, it seems that your people have not experienced the worst of it yet. What is the rank of the most terrible gate that has opened in this waking world of yours?" He frowned. "A Category 5, a great nightmare gate, I suppose." The beautiful saint looked at him with pity. "I see. Then it will start soon. Once more of them start to appear, pieces of your world will begin to be assimilated by the dream realm. Piece by piece, your world will eventually be swallowed entirely, becoming a part of the dream realm, just like the other 5 divine realms have already become a part of it. That is why I said that your world will be the last one the spell ever infects. Once it's gone, there won't be anywhere left for it to spread to." Become a part of the dream realm, Sonny shivered. How had Windflower described her world? A world of storms, winds, and stars. Didn't it sound like the Storm Sea, the region of the dream realm controlled by the House of Night? Had the Storm Sea been a world like Earth once, where mundane people lived and struggled, and where the spell had appeared one day, forcing them on the path of ascension? A world that had eventually lost to the tide of nightmare gates and was destroyed, becoming another one of the desolate hells of the dream realm, just like 4 more worlds before it. Would Sonny's world share the same fate? He shook his head. But why? Why is this happening? Why does the spell infect different worlds, and why are they being consumed by the dream realm? Where do nightmare gates come from? How can we stop it? Windflower sipped her tea and smiled. Sunless. If I knew the answers to these questions, do you think I would be sitting here, imprisoned in a dream on a cursed island with all my people gone and my world destroyed? She chuckled. Whatever the path to victory is, my people have already lost. You still have a chance at least. A better chance than we did. Even from what I saw, your world is much stronger than mine was. Otherwise, a mere ascended like you would have never been able to slay my father, no matter how far he was gone because of the corruption. The beautiful saint looked away and lingered for a while. Finally, a hint of sorrow crept into her sweet voice. How did he die in the end? Sonny did not speak until the pain of the flaw forced him to answer. How did one tell a person about killing their father? Sonny was not the most tactful of people, but even he knew better than to try and make his voice sound soft. Being nonchalant about the whole thing did not seem right either. He sighed. From what I know, he went mad after Twilight was lost. By the time we met, he was like a rabid beast, but even then he was a king among them. I watched him battle many nightmare creatures much more powerful than him, and yet none could defeat your father. After a while, he was severely wounded and weakened. I used that moment to attack and won after a ferocious battle. Even then, I would have died as well if not for my companion." He paused and then added respectfully, "I am sorry for your loss, Lady Windflower." She remained silent for a while, looking away. The sight of her elegant profile was both sad and beautiful. Eventually, Windflower smiled. "Don't be. What is the point of being sorry? He was merely a copy just like me. I am sure that my real father met a much more glorious end in the true tomb of Ariel. Who knows? He might have even escaped it." Windflower shook her head and looked at him with a smile. "But you and your companions are different from me, Sunless. You are here to challenge the nightmare. So, did you say that you wanted to escape Alethia's island?" Her azure eyes sparkled with dark amusement. "I'll help you. Helping challengers conquer this nightmare was my original goal, after all." Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1451. Forgotten name Sonny had yet to recover from the shocking revelation about the nature of his world, but time waited for no man. The revolution was going to end soon, so he had to gain as much as he could from his first meeting with Windflower. But still, if my world is one of the 6 divine realms, then which god did it belong to? The most suitable candidate was War God, the goddess of life as well as of progress, technology, craft, and intellect, the patron deity of humanity. Heart God was a possibility as well. However, he could not quite imagine Earth having anything to do with the fallen gods of the dream realm. These two concepts were just too incompatible. Plus, the waking world encompassed more than just Earth. There was the moon, the sun, all the planets of the solar system, and countless stars beyond. A whole universe of them, billions of years old. How could all of it be simply one of the divine realms? But then again, the gods had never been constrained by mundane logic. They were the ones who had created the universal laws of existence. Even time itself was merely one of their weapons. Who was to say that a god could only will something into existence, not will something to have always existed? Ah, my brain hurts. Sonny's mortal mind seemed to be incapable of truly comprehending such matters. Windflower must have been the same. She certainly knew more than Sonny, but there was no telling how accurate her understanding was. In any case, for now, it did not matter. He was elated to learn such profound mysteries, but his immediate goal was not enlightenment. It was getting the hell off Alethia's island, and Windflower was conveniently offering her help in that regard. Sonny took a deep breath. "Do you know how we can escape this horrible place?" He paused for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I should describe our situation first. There are 5 of us here. 3, including me, start the loop in the hidden bay at the southern edge of the island. Well, what I call the southern edge anyway. The 4th member of the cohort is in the forest, not too far away from the bay. It's the 5th that is the problem. She is all the way on the northern edge of the island." His expression darkened. "There are all kinds of terrifying abominations hidden in the mist, so we can't travel freely. No matter how many times I tried, I failed to pick up the 5th member and return to our ship before the loop ends. This tower and you, Lady Windflower, are more or less my last hope." Windflower looked into the window, then let out a quiet sigh and put her cup on the table. Then she stood up. "Come with me." Before Sonny knew it, they were somewhere else. The walls of the Alethia's tower disappeared, and he found himself standing at the edge of a tall cliff, looking at the flowing waters below. The colossal whirlpool was gone, replaced by the beautiful vista of the great river sparkling under the light of the 7 suns. However, not too far away, the world was obscured by the familiar mist. It was the boundary of Windflower's dream, most likely. The enchanting saint looked into the distance. "Before that, let me tell you how I ended up imprisoned here, Sunless." She glanced at him and smiled. "As you might have guessed already, it was my father who had brought me here and put me to sleep at the top of Alethia's tower. There is a seed of corruption in my soul, and so, remaining inside this cycle of time is the only way for me to live on." Her smile dimmed a little. Windflower lingered for a moment, then looked at the great river once again. Back then we laid siege to Verge, hoping to destroy the source of the defilement and conquer this nightmare. However, even after breaching the walls of the city and fighting our way to the Citadel of Truth, we failed to defeat the first seeker. Studying the exquisite line of her charming face, Sunny scowled. The first seeker must be tremendously powerful then. If even a sovereign in command of a vast army of awakened had failed to put an end to the defilement, then how could their cohort ever hope to succeed? His thoughts turned dark and bitter. However, Windflower lightly shook her head. The first seeker has no power. That thing could not even be called a living being anymore. It's just a grotesque, sprawling mass of festering flesh contained within the citadel, its tendrils slowly spreading across all of Verge. The problem, however, is that anyone who touches it becomes infected by corruption. That is how I became infected as well. In the end, we had no choice but to leave our fallen behind and retreat. That is how our glorious assault ended in death and misery. She looked at Sunny somberly. So, Sunless, tell me, do you still think that you and your companions can conquer this nightmare? He remained silent for a few moments, trying his hardest not to imagine the revolting image of the cursed city of Verge. The picture Windflower painted with just a few words was just too vivid. Eventually, Sunny nodded. I do. One of my companions. She is immune to the corruption, in fact. I have a memory to borrow that ability of hers as well. There is probably no one in the world suited for the task better than the two of us. He smiled faintly and lingered for a moment, then added in a strangely dark tone, It must be fate. Windflower did not seem too surprised by the fact that there was someone out there whose soul could not be corrupted. She watched the water flow for a while, then sighed. It's good, then. You might really stand a chance to succeed where we failed. In any case, after we retreated from Verge, my father brought me here, to Alethia's island, the only place that could delay my eventual fall into corruption. Quite ironic, don't you think? Sunny hesitated. I'm not sure that I know what you mean, my lady. She looked at him with surprise. What, you don't know who Alethia was? He frowned, then shook his head. I only know that she was called Alethia of the Nine and that she was one of the Seekers. Windflower chuckled. Yes, you are not wrong. Indeed, she was one of the Seekers, a mysterious sorceress who built this island and created the whirlpool of twisted time surrounding it for some unknown purpose. She lived here for a while but eventually left in search of the estuary, as most Seekers did. Alethia never returned, and her name slowly disappeared from the memory of the river people. The beautiful saint gazed at the great river with a dark expression. Of course, there is something different about Alethia, because unlike all the other Seekers who had traveled downstream in search of the estuary, she actually found it. Sunny eyes widened slightly. Wait, do you mean? Windflower nodded. Yes. Although her original name is forgotten, everyone in the tomb of Ariel now knows her by a different one. The core of this nightmare, the source of the defilement, the first Seeker, is Alethia of the Nine. This island is the estate that she had abandoned before leaving on her fateful journey to the estuary. Sunny shivered and instinctively turned around to look at the distant silhouette of Alethia's tower. Windflower, meanwhile, smiled. So, you see, it is indeed quite ironic. The seed of corruption was planted into my soul by the first Seeker, yet my father prevented my soul from being consumed by bringing me to the first Seeker's stronghold. If that is not ironic, then I don't know what is. She turned away from the great river and laughed. In any case, after putting me to sleep in Alethia's tower, my father meant to return to Twilight and search for a way to destroy the first Seeker. He also meant to find a way to save me. Or if not, then at least to visit me from time to time. However, he never came. Now I know that it is because Twilight was lost and he succumbed to corruption himself. Windflower sighed. Well, anyway, that is the past. What is important now is that my father had not only come to Alethia's island but also left it, and I can teach you how to leave it as well. Chapter 1452. Path to Salvation. Windflower walked along the path in the forest, with Sunny following behind. Although he was certain that there was a long way to go, they arrived at the hidden bay in mere minutes. It looked different without the gloomy mist obscuring everything in sight. The white sand sparkled in the bright daylight, and the black cliffs cast deep shadows on the beach. For the first time, Sunny noticed how similar to the nightmare desert this place looked. The chain breaker was nowhere to be seen in Windflower's dream, but the line of lonesome footprints was still there, leading to the edge of the island. Sunny stared at it for a moment, then asked out of idle curiosity, "Whose footprints are these?" The charming saint smiled. "Whose else? Alethia's. That is where she left the island. It happened countless years ago, of course, but because of how twisted time is here, it also just happened yesterday." He scratched the back of his head. "I see. So the footprints belong to the first seeker." Sunny honestly did not know what to think of that. Hiding his unease, he pointed to a particular spot on the beach. "This is where our ship crashed. Right, it's a flying ship, but currently it can only fly during dusk and dawn. As soon as I find a way to get the fifth member of our cohort back, we'll wait for the right time and fly away." His expression darkened. "Of course, there's also that thing in the sky above the island. I'll need to find a way to escape from it as well." Windflower looked at him and remained silent for a while. Then she sighed. "I'm sorry to tell you this, Sunless, but even if you get your companion back, you won't be able to escape the island." His heart skipped a beat. Staring at the beautiful saint incredulously, Sunny lingered for a few moments before opening his mouth. Eventually, though, he asked grimly, "Oh, and why is that?" Windflower shrugged. "It's just how it is. Nothing can escape Alethia's island the way it came. The whirlpool simply does not release anything once it's caught in its maw. No one is powerful enough to defeat its current. At least no one in the tomb of Ariel. Flying won't help either, the winds will throw you down." Sunny was not amused. He stared at her some more, then sighed. "That's a bit contradictory, don't you think, my lady? You said it yourself. Your father, the Serpent King, did escape this island." She nodded. "He did. However, I never said that he was strong enough to overcome the pull of the vortex." Sunny's expression dimmed. If the monstrous sea serpent he had fought was not powerful enough to swim out of the colossal whirlpool, then who was? So how did he leave? Windflower simply pointed down. "What is that supposed to mean?" Sunny blinked a couple of times, staring at the white sand beneath her feet. Then his eyes slowly widened. "Do you mean that the only way to escape the island is to dive into the vortex?" She smiled. "Indeed. Granted, surviving what is hidden below the island is not much easier than braving the whirlpool, but your flying ship should be sturdy enough to make it through, and you have the guiding light to show you the way." He frowned. "What is hidden below the island?" Windflower lingered for a bit. "Nothing much, really. Just the depths of the great river and all the horrors that dwell in them. Usually, diving that deep would mean certain death, but the vortex, it creates a tunnel of sorts. As long as you don't plunge into the water, you'll be fine." Sunny was not at all happy about how nonchalant she sounded. Falling into a mystical tunnel that led to the depths of the bottomless great river, staying clear of the water. What about these obviously lethal things exactly told her that they would be fine? He sighed. "And what's on the other side of the tunnel?" The beautiful saint hesitated. "Should be the inner wall of the pyramid. You'll have to be careful once you reach it because there are bound to be dangers there. But the important point is that one can make their way back to the great river by following the inner wall. At least that was what my father believed, and since he did make it back to Twilight alive, he must have been correct." Sunny took a deep breath. "Should be, you are not certain," Windflower chuckled. "How can I be certain? I never left this island myself. However, others like my father did." "Others?" So there was someone else who had come to Alethia's island and left. not just the Serpent King. Sunny did not miss that detail. He hadn't missed the fact that Windflower mentioned the guiding light either. He had never told her about the sacred staff of the Sybils, or that it was in their possession. So how did the beautiful saint know about it? More and more things about her seemed strange. The wariness he had felt before suddenly returned. Sunny remained silent for a while, then said evenly, "Even if I am willing to try diving into the vortex, the problem remains. I need to get Effie, the fifth member of my cohort, back to the ship before the loop ends first, and currently I see no way to do it," he grimaced. "There are too many powerful nightmare creatures on the island. There are two defiled horrors that are even more dangerous than them as well. There is that thing in the sky. I can't deal with all that in a single day." Windflower looked at him with a curious smile. "What if you had more time?" Sunny contemplated her question seriously, then shrugged. "It would be hard, but not impossible. The problem is not that the enemies are too powerful. If I can't kill them, I can at least run and hide. I can come up with countermeasures and make use of their weaknesses. I can make them fight each other and escape while they do. The problem is that all of this requires time, and there is no time. Even though it loops endlessly on this island, there's not enough time for me to achieve my goals." The beautiful saint studied him for a while, then nodded. Her next words sent a shiver running down Sunny's spine. Smiling pleasantly, Windflower said, "Well, then you just need to destroy the loop." Chapter 1453. The other guest Sunny remained silent for a few moments, looking at the charming saint. A gentle breeze blew from the river, playing with her silky hair. The dream of Alethia's island was tranquil and at peace. Destroy the loop. Was such a thing even possible? Why wouldn't it be? The closed cycle of time had been created by Alethia of the Nine. Since it was made by someone, it could naturally be destroyed by someone else. However, the matter was not that simple. Even if Windflower could teach him how to break the loop, there would be dire ramifications if he did. Up until now, Sunny had suffered enormously due to the twisted nature of time on this harrowing island, but he was also only alive because of it. Once the loop was broken, the terrible prisoners of Alethia's island would remain. Undying slaughter and devouring beast would remain, as well. But Sunny was not going to have the luxury of being reborn at the start of a new revolution. He would only have one chance to prevail against them and escape. It's not like I have a lot of choices. The plan Windflower suggested was a deadly one, but Sunny did not have a better solution. He did not have a lot of time to spare, either. He and Cassie were doing fine, for now, but their mental states would inevitably start to crumble as the trauma of repeated, torturous deaths accumulated. It could very well be that they would never be in better condition than now. Sooner or later they were going to start deteriorating. At least Sunny felt that they would. The question was, did he really trust Windflower? A deep sigh escaped from his lips. Looking away, Sunny lingered for a few moments, then said, "Before I decide whether to agree, I need to ask you a question." The beautiful saint chuckled. "Go ahead." He glanced at her darkly. "When you said that we've never met before, was it a lie?" Windflower's smile froze on her lips. She studied him silently for a while, the veil of friendliness finally fading from her gaze to reveal something much colder, darker, and more frightening. Finally, for the first time since they met, Sunny felt that he was standing in front of King Daron's daughter. But then the frightening abyss hiding in her eyes was gone, replaced once again by benevolent sweetness. Windflower laughed. "You really are a sharp one, Sunless, just like the other one." Sunny took a deep breath. The other one, a deep frown appeared on his face. "The Mad Prince. He is the other visitor you mentioned then." The beautiful saint looked at him with a nonchalant smile. A moment later, the white beach disappeared and they were in Alethia's tower again. Windflower sat down on her bed and shrugged. "Indeed. Oh, I must say, even inside the tomb of Ariel, you truly are the most bizarre of individuals, Sunless. You are the only being to enter my dream in all these years, and yet there were 3 visitors. Sunny slumped on the shadow chair. 3, she nodded. That defiled madman and the sullen wraith that follows him around. He stared at her incredulously. So the mad prince is haunted by his own version of the sin of solace. Serves the bastard right, both bastards really. Luckily, his own inner demon had decided to sit the meeting with wind flower out. He shook his head. So why did he come to see you? What did he want from you that was worth braving Alethia's island? The beautiful saint lingered. I'm not sure if I should answer. But then again. Why not? You are mistaken, though. Although the mad prince did visit me, I was not the reason he had come to the island. Sunny simply raised an eyebrow, prompting her to continue. The reason he came here was to lure the other 2 defiled into a trap. What? Sunny hid his shock as best he could. Previously, he had theorized that devouring beast and undying slaughter had been sent to Alethia's island because of their flaws, and it might have been the justification, true. But now it seemed that they had been left here against their will. They had been locked in a prison of time by the mad prince. Sunny exhaled slowly. Why would that lunatic plot against 2 other plagues? Windflower shrugged. I really don't know. Is it surprising, though? The defiled are different from us to begin with, and your other self, Sunless, is more insane than most. That said, he was surprisingly lucid for a nightmare creature. Sunny frowned. In what way? The charming saint contemplated for a while. It's hard to describe. I've met abominations who could talk like humans before, but never one who seemed so human-like, even among the defiled. In any case, it looked like he was not happy about being the Dread Lord's slave, or liked what the Dread Lord has done after becoming the tyrant of Verge. She shrugged. You would know better about these matters than I do, though. Not because you and the Mad Prince are the same person even, but merely because the 6 plagues were yet to appear when I was brought to Alethia's island. In fact, I only know of their existence because of the things the defiled madman mumbled in a fit of frenzy. Sunny remained silent for a while. The Dread Lord's slave. It seemed that he did not have to wonder what fate would befall him after Nephi's was killed in the future. He had thought that Mordred, the soul stealer, would be the one to use Shadow Bond and become his master after the current one disappeared. But actually, it was the Dread Lord Kai. The corner of his mouth twitched. Who would have thought? It was a bit stupid to be hurt by something that a future defiled version of his friend had done. And yet Sunny couldn't help but feel a little betrayed. It had taken a lot of courage for him to open up to Effie and Kai, knowing that it would come back to bite him in the end, felt like a punch to the gut. No. Kai would never betray me. That thing, the Dread Lord, might be the future version of him, but it is a demented nightmare creature, not my friend. Much more important was the fact that there seemed to be internal strife between the 6 plagues, enough of it at least, for the Mad Prince to try eliminating 2 of his fellow defiled champions, be it on the orders of the Dread Lord or of his own accord. It was great news for the cohort, and could potentially help them conquer this nightmare. Sunny sighed and asked with dark curiosity in his voice, So what did the 2 of you talk about? Chapter 1454. An oath and a promise. Windflower remained silent for a while, seated comfortably on her opulent bed. Eventually she sighed. We made a deal, he and I. I never thought that I would make a deal with a defiled abomination one day, but then again, I never thought that I'd be imprisoned in a whirlpool of time forever either. Sunny grew tense, staring at the beautiful saint with a grim expression. The news of her making deals with one of the 6 plagues did not bode well for the cohort. Noticing his reaction, she chuckled. Don't look so worried, Sunless. I did not sell my soul, corrupted as it may be. The Mad Prince, he only wanted to know about Alethia's island, and especially about how my father had managed to kill that great tyrant in the tower. The creature remains dead no matter how many times the loop resets, which seemed to be of great interest to him. I, on the other hand, wanted to know what had happened to Twilight and the other human cities on the Great River, and how it was that he appeared wearing my father's crown. Her gaze once again brushed across the crown of Twilight. She smiled softly. Now I know. Sunny lingered for a few moments. There were a lot of things he wanted to ask about, but it did not seem wise to press Windflower for answers. Too much. The mirror of truth was safely hidden in his sleeve, ready to grant him Neff's longing ability at any moment. Eventually he asked, "How did Daron make that tyrant stay dead?" Windflower tilted her head a little. "You want to know as well. It was with the help of a very special memory. A legacy relic left behind by a dear friend. It's gone now, of course. Just like everything else is gone." Why was the Mad Prince so interested in the dead tyrant, though? Unlike me, he did not have to destroy the loop to escape the island. What did he want? Sunny tried to understand the motives of his future defiled version, but failed. It wasn't a good idea to try understanding madmen anyway. "How did you know that one of my companions has the guiding light then?" The beautiful saint chuckled. "How else? The madman told me that you would." Sunny froze. His eyes narrowed. "Wait." Leaning forward, he pierced Windflower with an intense gaze and asked, "Are you saying that the Mad Prince knew that we would arrive here one day?" She simply nodded. "He seemed quite certain, but why are you surprised? You are the same person after all." Sunny let out a shaky breath. Indeed, if the Mad Prince was the future version of him, then the bastard would have already experienced coming to Alethia's island before. Still, something about it didn't make sense. If the defiled lunatic already possessed the memories of meeting Windflower and learning about the island from her, like Sunny was currently learning, then why would he need to come and ask again? And if she had already met Sunny by the time the Mad Prince arrived, wouldn't she have already had the answers to her own questions? It didn't make any sense at all. Just like Undying Slaughter and Jet existing at the same time did not make sense. The same went for Devouring Beast and Effie. Or everything else about this damned pyramid. If anything, though, the new revelation made it seem as though the 6 plagues were somehow alien to this timeline. More alien than Sunny and his companions were, at least. Focus on the task at hand. How to escape this cursed island. Sunny gritted his teeth, remained silent for a few moments, and then said, "So how do I destroy the loop?" He suddenly hesitated. Before Windflower could answer, Sunny raised a hand and added, his voice low, "Wait. If I do destroy the loop, you will die, won't you?" The saint simply looked at him with a smile on her lips. "She will. That is why she is here on Alethia's island. After all, this is the only place where she can exist. So by destroying the loop, Sunny would be. He would be killing Windflower." She watched him for a bit, then shook her head. "You are both right and wrong. Windflower of the Twilight Sea, will indeed cease to exist if the cycle of time is broken. However, I won't die. No, what waits for me is much worse than death, its corruption." Her smile slowly disappeared, leaving behind only coldness. The beautiful saint looked at him somberly, then said, "That is why we are going to make another deal, you and I." Sunny met her heavy gaze and shifted slightly. "What deal might that be?" Windflower stared at him for a few moments, then smiled darkly. "It's simple, really. I will teach you how to break the cycle of time. In return, Sunless, you will kill me." His expression cracked for a moment. "What?" The beautiful saint nodded. "You will make an oath that after the loop is destroyed and before corruption swallows my soul, you will kill me. That is the only way I'll show you how to escape Alethia's island with all your companions." Sunny looked at her solemnly. He couldn't say that he didn't understand. Indeed, if he was in Windflower's place, he would have preferred death to turning into a nightmare creature. At least, he hoped that he would. But still. Wasn't it just too sad? Sunny sighed. "You want to die?" Hearing his question, Windflower chuckled. "You make it sound so serious." Her enchanting azure eyes ignited with humorous sparks. "Remember, Sunless, I am not even a real person. I've been conjured by the spell to play a role in this nightmare, and so there is no purpose for my existence outside the nightmare. So, Wouldn't it be a fitting end for a creature like me to be killed by a real person like you, by a person who will conquer the nightmare?" She fell silent, looking into the window with a distant expression on her beautiful, charming face. After a few moments of silence, she added in a softer tone, "I won't ask you for another oath, Sunless, but make me a promise, if you will, that you'll conquer this nightmare indeed." Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at her with a heavy expression. Eventually, he sighed and opened his mouth to speak. Not long after that, he was back on the deck of the chain breaker. Chapter 1455, Puppet Master. The white beach was shrouded in mist once again. The bright and beautiful vista of Windflower's dream was gone, replaced by the chilling gloom of reality. Surrounded by the flowing fog and dreadful silence, Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. His heart was beating wildly, full of crippling panic and boundless dread. These feelings were not something he wanted to feel, or had a reason to. Rather, they were simply an instinctual response caused by meeting countless harrowing ends in this misty hell. Even when Sunny was calm, his body remembered every torturous death, every heart-wrenching loss, and every pained cry. The sight of the white fog enveloping the chain breaker was a promise of many more torments to come. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his heart. It was getting harder and harder to do with each new revolution. A few moments later, Sunny let out a long sigh and turned around. Cassie was facing him with a somber expression on her pale face. She lingered for a few moments, then leaned heavily on the guiding light and asked in a quiet voice, "So, how did it go?" He looked away. "I met her. There is a lot to discuss. We should bring Jet back first." The blind girl nodded listlessly, then walked over to Nightmare, adjusted the stirrups, and climbed into the saddle. A few moments later, she disappeared into the mist. Nephi's had been observing them tiredly. Her brow was furrowed into a deep frown. Glancing at Sunny, she asked, "What is going on?" He met her gaze and sighed. "Cassie is off to find Jet. Let's just rest for a bit, please. I'll explain everything when they return." She studied his face for a few moments as if wanting to ask more. Eventually, however, Nephi simply nodded and said in her usual emotionless tone, "You don't look too well." Sunny looked at her. Neph was not in the best state herself. She seemed spent and exhausted, almost ready to topple at any moment. Her already pale face was drained of all color, her eyes sunken and slightly unfocused. The slumped shoulders, the sickly pallor, the feverish gaze, these were the symptoms of extreme essence exhaustion. He smiled. "You look beautiful, though." With that, Sunny lowered himself to the deck and leaned against the railing. Nephi's remained motionless for a few moments, flustered. Then she silently sat down near him and rested the back of her head on the ancient wood. "I'll wait until Cassie returns, then." He did not answer, staring into the mist. Sunny had a lot to think about. It had taken him a long time, many lifetimes of dread, really to reach Alethia's tower. However, the truths Windflower had revealed to him were all worth it. There was so much he had learned from the beautiful, forsaken saint. The origin of the dream realm and the waking world. The true identity of the first seeker, the secrets of Alethia's island, and so much more. Even the impossible number of challengers who had entered this nightmare had an explanation now. But most importantly, he had learned a few things about the Mad Prince. At this point, I can't deny it anymore. That defiled madman, the future version of himself, had visited Windflower in her dream. Sunny might have met a strange echo of his corrupted future in a nightmare, but the bastard had spoken to Windflower personally. Which meant that the Mad Prince had the Dreamwalker ability, just like Nightmare did, or something similar to it. In all the years that Daron's daughter had spent sleeping on Alethia's island, they were her only guests. That proved that very few beings possessed power over dreams, even here in the tomb of Ariel. And that meant it was him. Sunny exhaled slowly. It was not dusk, but the Mad Prince who had sent Anik a dream message, so that she would find the children of Weaver, find Sunny and Nephi's, and send them off to fall in grace. It was that madman who had massacred Weave, then used its last priestess to guide them deeper into the nightmare, past the time storm and to the derelict of the chain breaker. It was also him who had created the estuary key and secreted it away in Sunny's soul somehow. He could have even been the author of the demented runes Sunny had seen on the piece of flotsam drifting in the upper reaches of the great river. Why had the Mad Prince done all these things? No, before that. What else had that monster done? Suddenly, Sunny was covered in cold sweat. Now that he knew that the mysterious puppeteer responsible for many of the strange things happening in this nightmare was none other than his future corrupted self, he couldn't help but perceive everything that had happened so far in a new light. What else did not make any sense? Too many things. But there was one in particular. Why wasn't fallen grace destroyed? Led by the 6 plagues, the defiled had successfully destroyed Twilight and every city of the Sibyls except for fallen grace. That last city, though, had strangely been spared. It was attacked by the defiled from time to time, sure, but none of the heralds of the estuary had ever shown up to erase it from existence themselves. Their inaction seemed very strange in hindsight. Was it, perhaps, because the Mad Prince needed Sunny and Nephi's to visit it one day, for some reason? To come into possession of the guiding light, perhaps? Or was it because the 6 plagues simply couldn't appear any more? The defiled madman had treacherously eliminated undying slaughter and devouring beast from the board after all. Who was to say that soul stealer, torment, and even the dread Lord himself had not been dealt with in a similar fashion? Sunny had thought that the final obstacle of the 3rd nightmare would be the 6 plagues, but now he was not so sure anymore. What the hell is going on? Was the Mad Prince actually an ally? Remembering the visage of the horrid lunatic whose remnant once appeared in his dream, Sunny shook his head. No, that is impossible. He is a nightmare creature. But then again, Windflower had mentioned that the Mad Prince seemed strangely lucid for an abomination. Why would he be? Suddenly, a strange idea appeared in Sunny's mind. He froze for a moment, then lowered his gaze and glanced at Neph's sword. Was it because the Mad Prince was haunted by the sin of solace? The sword wraith was supposed to slowly drive a human insane. What would its effect on a nightmare creature be, then? What would madness mean to a being whose mind was inherently alien to all things human? Sunny did not know why, but he felt that he somehow stumbled on a glimpse of truth. If the wraith born from a sinister whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, had indeed helped his future self maintain a sliver of humanity even after becoming defiled, then he still wouldn't be an ally. However, it was entirely possible that the Mad Prince had other goals than the plagues did. Just what is my evil twin scheming? Sunny did not know. In fact, after learning so much, he felt that he knew even less than he had before. He was sure of one thing, though. The sinister shadow of the Mad Prince was behind everything that had happened in the nightmare so far, and that was an indescribably chilling thought. Sunny knew himself all too well after all. Even slightly lucid, he was a very scary enemy to have. Chapter 1456. Do what you want. Cassie and Jet soon returned to the chain breaker. Sunny had explained the basic information about the loop to Nephi's by then. However, he kept the things Windflower had told him to himself, for the time being. Not because he was reluctant to share the knowledge, but simply because he did not want to repeat it all for the 2nd time once they reached Effie. The cohort set out to the far side of the island without any delay. As they traveled, made weapons, fought abominations, and hid in the forest to wait out the more harrowing ones, Sunny couldn't help but think about Windflower and the oath he had made. Kill her. Sunny's flaw did not compel him to fulfill any oaths. It just prevented him from making an insincere one. Still, he was free to change his mind at any moment. Can I kill her? Of course he could. However, it would be an understatement to say that Sunny was reluctant to. He was not an innocent man. In fact, there was plenty of human blood on his hands. He had even enjoyed killing some of his victims, albeit very few. Mostly, he did not like it one bit. The thought of killing someone like Windflower was abhorrent. He admired the charming saint from a different world a great deal. He also felt a lot of compassion for her tragic plight. And yet bitterly, there was nothing else he could do for her. Death was the only mercy he could give Windflower. How fitting! Shadow God would have been proud. Sunny had even considered surrendering the mirror of truth to her, but there was very little chance that it would help. Yes, Windflower would be able to delay the spread of corruption by a few hours if she borrowed Neff's aspect ability. But there was almost no hope that the seed of corruption would not only be temporarily hindered, but disappear as a result. Once the mirror of truth crumbled, the seed would most likely still be there in Windflower's soul. Then only death would be able to save her. Even knowing that the chance was infinitely small, Sunny had still offered his memory to the beautiful saint. It was a very rare thing for him to act selflessly in that way. But she refused. Windflower did not explain her reasons, but Sunny suspected that it was because of the first seeker and how precious the mirror of truth would be if someone wanted to destroy the abominable creature. Curse it, feeling grim, Sunny went through the motions of traversing Alethia's island. Some time later, the 5 members of the cohort were together once again. Sunny had finally shared his findings with his companions, not holding anything back. Their reactions, just as he had expected, were very intense. It was not every day that one learned about the origin of their own world. Well, here on Alethia's island one could, but generally speaking, news of this caliber was exceedingly rare. Eventually, the heated discussion died down. Tired of trying to comprehend divine matters, Sunny and his companions turned their attention to more mundane issues. The 6 plagues and the Mad Prince. I just don't know what he wants. I see how that it's funny, considering that he is me. But he is also a nightmare creature and almost entirely mad. I can't tell. The others remained silent for a while, their expressions somber. No one liked to know that their actions were being manipulated by a sinister, corrupted saint. Eventually, it was Nephi's who broke the silence. Looking into the fire that they've made to prepare food, she said, "I think we are asking the wrong question." Sunny looked at her intently. "Which question should we be asking then?" Nephi's hesitated for a few moments. Expression seemed strangely distant. Leaning forward, she put more fuel into the fire and asked, "What do the 6 plagues want?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. Sitting to his left, Effie frowned. "Isn't the answer obvious? They are doing what all nightmare creatures do, trying to obliterate everything that is not corrupted until there's only corruption left. Here in the tomb of Ariel, it means eliminating all river people." Nephi's nodded. "But why do they want to eliminate all river people?" None of them knew what to answer, so they just stared at her in confusion. Did abominations need a reason to slaughter humans? She sighed. "Let's go with another question then. If the person who challenged a nightmare succumbs to corruption, what happens to them when the nightmare ends?" Sunny opened his mouth, feeling a bit stunned by that question. They will, he hesitated. Nothing like that had ever happened, at least not to his knowledge, so there was no definitive answer. The most likely one, though, was that they will be expelled back to where they came from. Nephi's nodded once again. "So then, if the 6 plagues want to escape the nightmare, they have to conquer it just like we do," she sighed. "But how do they conquer it?" Jet looked at her with a frown. "They need to destroy the source of the defilement and save the—" But then she suddenly fell silent. The rest of them were silent too. No, saving the river people is not the goal of the nightmare. Sunny gritted his teeth. The goal of the nightmare was never straightforward. There was one conflict at the heart of each seed, yes, but many possible solutions. In the case of this nightmare, the conflict was about the fate of the great river civilization. One possible solution would be to destroy the source of the defilement and save the river people. But another, no less valid, solution would be to ensure their annihilation. Once every human in the tomb of Ariel was either dead or defiled, the conflict would have been resolved as well. His eyes widened a little. Are you trying to say that the plagues went on a rampage across the great river, destroying the cities of the Sibyls one after another to conquer the nightmare? Nephi stared into the fire, dancing flames reflecting in her beautiful gray eyes. That would make sense, would it not? Their goal is the opposite of ours. But more than that, since we know what their ambition is and that it's different from the Mad Prince's, we can also guess what he wants. She looked at Sunny and shrugged. It seems to me that what your future self wants is to make sure that this nightmare never ends, or at least that it doesn't end the way the other plagues desire. Ah, I might be wrong, of course. Sunny suddenly remembered the dream where he met the remnant of the Mad Prince, the hatred in the abomination's voice when he called Sunny a murderer. Why would that bastard want the nightmare to last forever, or does he want something else? As a deep scowl appeared on his face, Cassie asked calmly, her voice pulling him back to their conversation. So what then? Should we just sit back and relax while the plagues conquer the nightmare for us? Nephi glanced at her, then slowly shook her head. First of all, we don't know how long it will take. Secondly, I don't want to release these monsters into the waking world. She looked at them somberly, remained silent for a moment, and then added in a flat tone, most importantly, whether we like it or not, we are also here in the tomb of Ariel. Cassie assumed the role of the ruler of fallen grace. Effie and Jet are the last of the river nomads. If the 6 plagues want to eradicate all humans on the great river, they won't be able to achieve that goal unless they eradicate us too. A strange smile appeared on his face. It's almost as if the core of this nightmare is to throw 2 versions of our cohort at each other and see which one survives. She shook her head. Of course, one of these versions is vastly more powerful, while the other has me. Chapter 1457, Hunting Stronger Beasts in the End. Sunny had once again drawn the map of Alethia's island on the ground. Only this time it was much more detailed. He also knew where most of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures would be at any given point. His time map was complete. The members of the cohort studied it for a while, listening to his explanations. Sunny described the prisoners of the nightmarish island in as much detail as he could, sometimes relying on Cassie to provide the most crucial pieces of information. As the 2 of them spoke in turns, the faces of their companions grew more and more somber. Eventually, Sunny looked at the map with a dark expression and fell silent for a few moments. When he spoke again, his voice was even. Destroying the loop will not be easy. However, it is what comes after we destroy it that is truly dangerous. He pointed to the map. We will still be trapped on the island after the loop is broken, and the rest of its prisoners will be as well. These terrible nightmare creatures, as well as undying slaughter and devouring beast. But this time, none of us will be revived by the loop should we die. Sunny looked at his companions. Which means that we will have only one attempt to escape this hell alive. Despite his solemn tone, Effie suddenly chuckled. He threw her an annoyed glance at her, then asked, "What's so funny?" She shook her head. "No, nothing. Sorry, but that's how it usually goes, isn't it? If you die, you die. Cassie and you might have been living by a different set of rules recently, but for the rest of us, everything is pretty much how it has always been." He sighed. Well, she's not wrong. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, the loop had messed with his perception of life and death. But for Effie, Jet, and Nephi's, what he had warned them about was already perfectly natural. Sunny shrugged. Well, good. Keep that attitude. In any case, what I meant is that there can't be any mistakes. We will have one day to destroy the loop. On that day, 3 things need to happen. As he spoke, the tip of the Sin of Solace traced a few marks on the map. The shrine, the lake, and the tower. We must retrieve the enchantment key from the shrine and find something on the bottom of the lake before entering the tower. Once inside, we will be able to achieve our goal, if we do it before the day ends. His voice grew somber. we will still be stuck in the middle of the island, and we won't know where the nightmare creatures are anymore once the loop is broken. Most of the knowledge Cassie and I have so painstakingly gathered will become worthless. Returning to the chain breaker will be just as dangerous as our first exploration of Alethia's island. Sunny grimaced. Just for your information, we all died during that first exploration. Well, at least I think we did. I wouldn't know, actually, because I died first. The rest of them studied the map somberly. Eventually, Nephi spoke. But we don't need to go to the chain breaker straight away, do we? A subtle smile appeared on his face. Neph gets it. Good job, Neph. Pointing to the tower with his sword, he said. Alethia's tower is more or less the safest place on the island. Once the loop is broken, the nightmare creatures will continue killing each other. Or at least, undying slaughter and devouring beast will continue killing to satiate their flaws. So, the smartest thing we can do is lock ourselves in the tower and wait for them to massacre all the abominations that would have swallowed us on the way back to the beach otherwise. Finally, Sunny grinned. And then just before the dust settles, we can slip away, board the chain breaker, and escape. Nephi's looked at him with a complicated expression. After a few moments of silence, she said, Or we don't escape. For a moment there was dead silence. Sunny looked at her impassively. What do you mean? Of course, he knew exactly what she meant. He had considered this course of action himself, despite how risky it was. It was just that Sunny was not sure if he should mention anything. Nephi shrugged. 2 of the 6 plagues are right here on the island. Why don't we kill them before we leave? Jet smiled darkly. I would love nothing more than to get rid of undying slaughter. But Nephi's, you haven't seen that thing. You haven't fought her. Do you know how lethal she is? How are we supposed to kill older, scarier, more powerful versions of ourselves? Unexpectedly, it was Effie, not Neph, who answered. Looking up from where she sat on the ground, the huntress said, That's the thing, though. They are us, so we know their weaknesses. We can exploit those weaknesses. That is how you hunt a stronger beast. She smiled. We know their flaws, don't we? I mean that we should wait for them to grow weak from hunger, then finish the wretches off to make sure that they don't get a chance to escape. Listening to her, Nephi's nodded. Effie looked away, her smile dimming. After a moment of silence, she added quietly, I might not be the most useful member of the cohort currently, but I think we should try. Nephi seemed to share her opinion. Undying slaughter and devouring beast might die on this island anyway. But they might also escape the same way we are planning to escape, or through some other means. There won't be a better opportunity for us to strike down 2 of the plagues, so I think we should try as well. Cassie remained silent while Sunny shrugged. I don't know. I think I'd rather just leave them behind and run the hell away. All attention concentrated on Jet. She did not speak for a while, then asked with a faint grin, Aren't you all forgetting something? Effie and I have the same flaws as those 2 monsters. If they starve, we'll starve too. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then let out a resentful sigh. That can be solved, not a problem. Soul Reaper glanced at him briefly, then shrugged. Well, then I vote we kill ourselves too. She blinked a couple of times. I mean, kill our future selves. You guys get what I mean, right? Sunny let out a stifled chuckle and nodded. Yes, we get it. Let's kill some plagues, why don't we? They spent the rest of the revolution discussing the plan in great detail. Once it was over, a new revolution started just like it always did, but this one hopefully was going to be their last. Chapter 1458. One last time Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The white mist of Alethia's island surrounded the chain breaker. The last time. This is the last time. He turned around and nodded at Cassie. Without wasting a single moment, she climbed into Nightmare's saddle and disappeared into the fog. Sunny, meanwhile, faced Nephi's and asked, Are you all right? She was looking in the direction where Cassie had gone to with a frown on her tired face. Hearing his question, Nephi's turned. I'm fine. I can still fight, he smiled. That's what I wanted to hear. Before you ask where Cassie had gone, let me explain a few things. Taking a step closer, Sonny placed his hand on Neff's shoulders and leaned forward a little. Her alabaster face had suddenly turned even more motionless than it usually was. First of all, this is not the first time we are having this conversation. You just don't remember all the previous ones. The vortex surrounding this island, you see, is not a mundane vortex. It is a whirlpool of time, and so, time moves in a circle on this island. The same day repeats itself endlessly, and we have lived it dozens of times already. Neff's eyes widened slightly. A different person would have been stunned into silence by such a bizarre proclamation, but not her. Only a few moments later she asked evenly, "How come you remember and I don't then?" Sonny pointed to her sword. "It's because of the sin of solace. It remembers, and so I've come to remember as well. After a while Cassie did too, which is both a blessing and a curse." Neff. Believe it or not, we have severely underestimated how dreadful of a hell this island is. We've already died countless times, each death more terrible than the last. Cassie, you, me, each of us was killed over and over again. Nephi studied his face with a hint of indignation on her pale face. Before she could retort, though, Sonny grinned. "However, that is in the past. This time we have a plan, one that will allow us to break the loop, save Jet and Effie, and escape this hellish place once and for all. You just need to trust me well and fight like your life depends on it. Can you do that?" She remained silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Sure, but as you can tell, my essence is utterly exhausted. I'm not exactly in the best shape," he smiled. "That's all right. Don't worry, you still look beautiful." Seeing her face turn entirely motionless again, Sonny grinned and added, "Oh, right. By the way, did I mention that Effie is pregnant?" Finally, Neff's stoic expression cracked. A moment later, her rattled voice resounded in the fog. What?" This time they did not wait for Cassie and Jet before leaving the chain breaker. Mere minutes after the blind girl rode Nightmare into the mist, Sonny and Nephi's jumped down to the beach and set out east in the direction of the Bone Orchard. As Sonny walked, a vague figure appeared from the fog, almost scaring him. The Sin of Solace looked bored. "You still haven't given up? How pitiful." Or wait. "Did you really convince yourself that you would succeed this time? What a fool. You'll just die again, your friends will die again, it's hopeless, there is no escape." Not even sparing the wraith a glance, Sonny walked past it. The apparition laughed and shouted at his back. "Or better yet, you might actually destroy the loop only to watch your friends die anyway, forever this time. Wouldn't that be a perfect ending for this tired farce?" "What a bastard. Go die in a ditch." Shaking his head, Sonny continued walking. With Saint moving in the vanguard and Fiend guarding the rear of their small formation, they made swift progress. As they walked, Sonny explained a lot of things to Nephi's. "And so, that is what we must achieve today." She remained silent for a while, thinking. Eventually, Nephi sighed. "I see." He had poured a lot of information on her, most of it utterly stunning. From the nature of Alethia's island to the truth about the divine realms, from the role that the Mad Prince had played in their journey to the true motives of the 6 plagues, it had to be a lot to take in. Sonny wasn't surprised that Neff was keeping quiet. What was she thinking about? After a few minutes spent in silence, Nephi's finally looked at him and said, her voice even, "It must have been hard on you." Sonny raised an eyebrow, then smiled faintly. "Well, yes. It wasn't easy." Looking away, she lingered for a moment and said, "It must have been hard on me as well." Sonny's smile slowly disappeared. "It must have been." Yeah, he knew it very well. No matter how torturous his deaths had been in the end, watching his companions die had been so much more painful. Nephi's did not remember any of the previous revolutions, but that did not mean that she had not lived them. Every time Sonny had ventured into the mist and never returned, she would have learned of his deaths from the runes. She would have had a reason to keep an eye on them, after all, unlike him. And so, she would have lived the rest of each revolution knowing that he had been killed. Walking slightly behind him, Nephi's took a deep breath. "Sonny, I'll make sure that none of us dies this time." She paused and then added quietly, white sparks igniting in her eyes. "If this is really the last time, we might as well burn this entire island down." He stared at her in amusement. "How are you going to burn anything down? Get some essence back first, you maniac." Nephi's coughed. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly asked in a perfectly even voice, "So, in all these revolutions, has something else happened? For example, between us?" Sonny glanced at her nonchalantly. "Has it ever?" After a few moments of silence, he shrugged. "Well, you made me breakfast once, with dessert." He could have sworn that Nephi's almost stumbled. Chapter 1459, Musical Diversion. As they approached the bone orchard, Sonny felt a swift shadow approaching them from the mist. Soon, Nightmare dove out of the swirling fog, carrying Cassie and Jet on his back. Jet was pale and bleeding from the wounds on her back, but she seemed calm and composed. Cassie should have already explained what was going on to her if Soul Reaper had questions. She was keeping them to herself. "Hey, Sonny." Her voice was a little hoarse. Climbing down from the black stallion, Jet remained silent for a moment, then looked at him with a dark smile. "I hear that you have a plan to kill that thing in the mist. Good, count me in." Then she chuckled quietly. "Where are my manners? Greetings to you too, Changing Star. Thanks for coming to pick me up." Nephi studied her for a few moments, then nodded silently. With that out of the way, the cohort proceeded to the bone orchard. Soon, a forest of towering bones appeared from the mist. Cassie led everyone to the hollow butterfly while Sonny looked around with a grim expression. He had not summoned the fragment yet, nor had he made use of the Mirror of Truth. Sonny wanted to only use the former if there was no other choice. As for the latter was needed for their eventual fight against the first Seeker, so he had to preserve it at all costs. Which was not to say that he had nothing else prepared to make this last revolution special. Once they were standing in front of the monstrous butterfly, the usual routine of making its legs into pikes was abandoned. Instead, Cassie took Jet and Nephi's aside to teach them about the cavern terror in detail. Sonny, meanwhile, sighed and sat down on a protruding bone fragment. This time, there was too much for the cohort to do within a single revolution, which was why there was no other choice but to split the tasks between him and Cassie. Cassie was going to lead Nephi's and Jet, as well as Saint and Fiend, into the caverns to slay the terror. Then, they would complete a couple minor tasks, and venture into the overgrown shrine to retrieve the enchantment key. Sonny would have to travel to the far side of the island above ground, retrieve Effie, and visit the Blood Lake. Of course, none of these tasks could be completed fast enough, considering how dangerous and teeming with harrowing nightmare creatures the island was, which was why he had to create a diversion somehow. As he sat and looked at the hollow butterfly with a dark expression, Sonny summoned a flute made out of emerald bone and absent-mindedly brought it to his lips. Soon, a slow, sorrowful melody echoed in the mist. Cassie, who had been explaining the powers of the cavern terror to Nephi's and Jet, paused for a moment and turned slightly. Then she placed the guiding light on the ground near him and continued the explanation. "I wonder what Kai is doing right now," Sonny sighed. Would his friend appreciate how much better at playing the flute he had become? Was he even alive still? Or was he long dead? Dead. Sonny felt the smooth texture of the bone singer with the tips of his fingers. He had received this memory quite a while ago in the depths of another nightmare. Back in the bloody arena of the Red Colosseum, he had gotten it for slaying a monstrous emerald skeleton. The bone singer had not received much use since. Apart from erecting the Dome of Silence a few times with the help of its silenced enchantment, Sonny mostly just played it for fun, slowly polishing his musical skill, what little of it he possessed. Nevertheless, it was a very important memory for him. The other of its enchantments, Sonorous, was the first enchantment he had ever copied after all, transplanting it to the silver bell first, then to the ordinary rock which subsequently became the extraordinary rock. So, The Bone Singer represented a great milestone in his development as a sorcerer. The Emerald Flute possessed a third enchantment, though, one he had never used: Sepulture Song. That enchantment allowed the master of the Bone Singer to raise the dead, provided he actually knew how to play it. Here we go. Nephise had already regained enough essence to use her dormant ability on Jet. Receiving a sliver of white flame from her, Sunny took a deep breath and sent a flood of essence into the Emerald Flute while his fingers danced across its surface. The melody he played suddenly grew vicious and angry. In the next moment, the bone orchard stirred. Sitting on a fragment of an ancient bone, Sunny played a bone flute. Cold sweat was rolling down his face. All around him, the towering remains of unspeakable horrors were moving and stirring, slowly coming back to life, or at least to some semblance of life. Jet was watching that chilling scene with a strange expression on her face. I really hope it works. The Sepulchre Song enchantment could raise the dead, but Sunny had never found a use for it until now. Yes, it had taken him a long time to teach himself how to play the flute well enough to produce a coherent melody, but that was not the problem. Actually, he had been good enough to activate the enchantment for a while now. The problem was that once the dead were raised, they would not be under his command. On the contrary, the risen corpses would be murderous, wicked, and entirely beyond his control. The only way to control them was by playing another melody. And that melody, Sunny had not been able to master before becoming trapped within the loop. Even after experimenting with it on Alethia's island, he was not entirely confident that he would be able to enthrall the murderous corpses. There was nothing like a swarm of giant dead leviathans to make him feel motivated, though. If it doesn't work, I might just become one of these corpses myself. As his fingers started to tremble, Sunny continued to play an angry melody.